Cool. Says we are live.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, salutations, anyone who is here live with us, or you're watching this on replay. Hello. I hope this is a good Saturday for y'all. And I know it's been a while, but this way. Here's my guest host, Dana.
Hello.
So,
hello.
Dana, do you want to introduce yourself? I know it's been a while, and I have some new people coming in, so want to introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Dana. I'm Dana's Lit List on Instagram, on YouTube, and yeah, just happy to be back. It's been a while.
It really has been. I don't know why.
It doesn't feel like it's been that long. But then we look at the calendar, and I'm like, oh, yeah, it has been. Okay.
You're right. Since I think April, so yeah, the spring.
That doesn't seem right.
I checked.
Maybe it's because we talk like on Instagram, so it doesn't feel that long to me.
True. Yeah. That makes sense though. Yeah.
What do you mean since April?
Ugh. Right. I was like, oof. I didn't realize it was that long now. Whoopsie. All right. Oh, let's see. Hello, Paulina.
Hello.
Are you going to be reading with us, Paulina? You're working on something? Please let us know in the chat. Anyways, Dana, let's share with the people what we will be reading / working on.
Yeah, I will be starting a graphic novel called Saint Catherine by Anna Myers. It comes out early next year, I think. So I'm going to read the digital arc, see what I think of it. And then I'm going to start God of the Woods by Liz something. I think it's also Myers. Liz Moore, which is a thriller, a mystery thriller. I'm really excited to get my hands on.
Okay. Sounds good. For me, I just have so many options as to what I'm going to be reading because my goal, it's a loose goal because it's not a hard goal because any goals for like December for me is like, it's December.
That's stressful too.
Right. So I don't have a technical goal, but my ideal is for me to finish out the year with reading 100 books. And I'm close to it. Right now I'm at 94. So I need to read 6 more books in December.
You can do it. I think you can do it. You've got some time.
Yeah, I think so too. My problem is what am I going to read next? Because I'm currently having so many reads and I do have arcs that I'm in the middle of and even started I could read. I also have other books I've started and I haven't got much further in. I also have a library book that I want to start. And I'm just like, why am I doing this to myself?
I just looked at my pile of library books next to me.
Oh, no. For me, when it comes to December, I'm just like, nah, we need to lower the physical library books because I don't want to, especially here like Minnesota, it gets so cold. And I'm like, I don't want to be like Christmas or a few days before the end of the new year. And then that's why I had a stack like that like 2 weeks ago. I was like, nah, I can't be holding on to all these physical books from my library. I only have one because it's a romance and I feel like I could get through it, but I haven't started it yet.
I have not started any of these.
Such is life.
And will I start any of them? Who knows?
Who knows? But I do have my Kindle though, so I could continue reading my e-arc of Model Home by River Solomon.
Oh, is that one of the? That's not Bindery, is it?
No, it's from a major publisher.
I've heard of that one.
Yes. It came out in October 1st, and I haven't finished it. I do also have the Bindery books as arcs as well. I mean, 3 out of the 4 that came out in October, I have them as arcs that I need to finish as well. So there's that.
I got Of Monsters and Mainframes.
Ooh, I also got that arc too.
I'm really excited for that one. I think that's the only one I put in a digital request for. So I don't want to overwhelm myself because I want to review. Like, I really want to prioritize Bindery books as much as I can since they're newer. So I'm like, I'm just gonna start with one and then request more.
Nah, I'm just like, oh, let me request. Let's see. Will they decline me? They have not declined me. So, we're here.
They've been great. Even though both of my reviews for their last rounds of books were late.
Yeah, mine's gonna be late. I'm trying to see if I could get like 2 out of the 3 I have before the end of the year, so we shall see. Because I think I started reading Inferno's Heir by Tiffany Wong, and I also started reading House of Frank by Kay Sinclair.
Loved House of Frank. Like, probably one of my favorite reads of the year.
Yeah, I can see it too, because I'm getting close to like halfway through, and I'm like, I can see why a lot of people enjoy this.
I was like, it took me to about halfway to be like, because I was like, oh yeah, this is probably like sitting at like a 3.5. Like, it's a solid read. I'm enjoying it. And then the last half, I was like, okay, there it is. There's like even more of the like the emotional, like, reward and punishment.
Right.
An investment. It was very good, especially for a debut. Come on. Be so for real.
Right. And that's what makes it so exciting about these binary books is that they're all from debut authors.
Yes. And then I did not finish my e-arc of In the Sky Bled by S. Hottie, but I did get like a couple chapters in because it was during a month where I was just getting like migraine after migraine, and it was not I think I read one book that entire month. But the 3 chapters I read, phenomenal.
Like, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one actually I pre-ordered.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I was thinking, I was like, should I request? But I was like, I'm going to pre-order this book. Ain't no point.
It's so good. Just the first 3 chapters alone, I was so invested in like the world building, and the author has a really strong voice already. Like, I'm like, okay, I can like a lot of authors, I think it can take them like halfway through the book for you to figure out how like their sound and their style and like the themes like right away. With her, I was like, okay, you know exactly what you're doing.
Nice.
So hopefully I don't hype it up too much for you.
I think I have good expectations, but I know I just hear so many good things about it. Paulina says that she's reading The Berry Pickers by Amanda Peters, but might need to read to Costco.
I love Costco.
I do like Costco as well, but yeah, I do hope the Costco run's good. But The Berry Pickers, I've heard good things about The Berry Pickers.
That's on my TBR, so I'll need to know if it's good.
Right. I still have like 5 or 6 books started. Yeah, I think what are my current reads? I think I'm at 7 current reads. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm like, wow, I've not had this many current reads in a good long minute. Oh well,
that would stress me out. I hate having more than 3.
Oh yeah, trust me, Dana. When it's like that last week, like the Christmas week and a few days before the end of the new year, I'm like, okay, so what books am I bringing to 2025 and which ones I'm just gonna have to DNF, even if it's an arc, because I need to be ruthless. This December is the time when I am ruthless with DNFs.
I've DNF'd a lot of arcs this year, and not necessarily because they were bad, but just because I'm like, you know what I'm not gonna do? Force myself to read an arc. So I just wish NetGalley had like an option, because I know you can like leave the reasons why you didn't finish a book. I wish there was just like a check mark, like a box that said like, just not for me. Like, because I think I requested a couple middle grade novels, and I try to be a little more gentle on middle grade books, like plot wise, because they're for a younger audience. But just a lot of them, I'm like, it feels counterintuitive for me to be like, they're too middle grade. Like, they feel really young for middle grade. And I did that for at least 3 arcs, and I felt I was being so repetitive and mean.
Right.
And I was like, it's not bad. Like, I just feel like I don't think the book needs to read young to be for a younger audience. If that makes sense.
I think that makes sense. Because, like, I also have to consider the fact that, especially for us, since we're not the target demographic, it's hard. And that's another thing, too, is like, imagine like being an adult trying to review a book ahead of time for middle grade or if it, like a middle grade reader. You're just like, well, I'm too old, but I can say craft wise it's good, but like as far as relatability, I'm too old. That's
usually when I put like overall it's good. I'm just clearly not the target demographic for it, so maybe it might register with a younger reader. But I'm like, overall it's fine. It's good, because then I've read middle grade novels where I'm like, everyone should read this. Everybody should read. Like Dear Mothman, everyone should read that. I don't care that it's middle grade, like required reading across the board. Love that one.
Right. And also another thing too, though, I wish for NetGalley is like, I wish I didn't have to DNF a book that would hurt my feedback ratio. And that's why I'm just like, look, this is why, for people who don't know, I do just put a 2-star rating and say, hey, I DNF at this percentage, just so that the publisher knows I try to read it, and also it doesn't ruin my feedback ratio because I want to request more arcs. Okay,
I do that too. I do that too. Sometimes it's either a 2 or it's a 3. If I just like, if it's just not for me, I'll put like, I'll do 3-star. I'm like, it's fine, not for me. And then parentheses, I did not finish at. Because I'm not trying to get below an 80% on my NetGalley. Okay?
Mm-mm.
I need to keep at least Saga Press happy with me. So they'll keep sending me Stephen Graham Jones books.
Right?
Please.
Yes. Oh gosh. Oh, hello, JK. Hello. We're doing some reading. So Dana's reading a graphic novel, and then probably reading like an audio book. And I'm trying to decide if I'm going to read an arc or an audiobook. So who knows at this point? Yes, so far so good. Quite sad though. Yeah.
I've heard that's one of the reasons I haven't picked it up, is because I know if the premise itself is sounds very emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't want to cry.
I'll be back a little later. Okay, so she's going on a Costco run. Yeah, I feel better. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. We can probably at least start our first sprint. So how long should we do our first sprint?
Do we want to do 60 minutes?
Yeah, a solid hour. We'll come back at like the quarter after the next hour. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of our ambiance, because I'm thinking like, well, it is the holiday season, so maybe something a little bit Christmassy, I guess. Let's see. Is this the ambiance I want? Oh shoot, there's an ad. Hold up. I hate it when they give me an ad. Oh yeah, I hope the story's more cheerful. We'll see. I hope so too. It's an emotional read, but let's hope. Okay, is this ad done yet? Nope, there's another ad, of course.
We're not gonna give them free ad revenue.
Right. There we go. Okay. So JK says that they'll be working on an outline and manuscript for their Baggery Rival Celebrities work in progress.
That sounds really cute. I like the title.
Yeah, Project Sugar and Spice. Yeah. All right. I think I got our ambiance. So let me share my screen. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. Let me put it in the thing. So it's nope. Read until the 15. Okay. Yep. Planning for the book to be out next year, hopefully.
That's exciting.
Yep. All right. Coolio. Got it. Read until the quarter after. All right. So, yep. Happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene soon. All right.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. That was the end of our first sprint. Please let us know in the chat how far you all have gone in your reading or productivity, or if you're just here, say hi in the chat and let us know what you're working on and reading.
Got my blanket.
I got my space heater on.
Ooh.
How was that sprint?
It was good. I don't know if you saw me being maimed by my dog.
Oh, I did not see that.
I can hear them outside my room, like scratching at the door. I let him in and he's like jumping all up on me. So I had to snuggle with him for a bit. But yeah, I got about 53% of the way into the graphic novel. So should probably finish it next sprint, I think.
All right. So how is it so far? Any initial thoughts?
It's good. So it's called St. Catherine, and it's like a speculative fiction novel, like graphic novel about a girl in her mid-20s who has never skipped mass a day in her life. And she's not religious anymore, but she has such extreme religious like guilt that if she doesn't go to mass, something bad will happen. And the one day that she doesn't go to mass, she gets possessed by a demon. I know. And it's like the art's really cute. He's like this like little inky blob, little demon guy. Some of the panels actually had me like chuckling. They're really funny. But it's interesting. I'm curious to see which direction it goes. If it leans more into like the fiction, like horror stuff, or if it's all going to be more of a vessel for like the religious guilt and all that. So I love books with some religious themes of guilt.
Like for real. Hold on.
Over here, like it speaks to my little gay heart.
So this is the book, right?
Yes, that one.
Okay, just want to show for the people. So it comes out April 29th?
Yes. And I think it's a reprint of I think she had like independent volumes, and I think this is all one singular one.
Oh, so it's like an omnibus kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. It's really like the line art is really beautiful as well. I'm trying to think of what it reminds me of because it's very simple. But I love it. It's very interesting. I'm curious to see. I like the interpersonal conflicts and like the struggle with how much of growing up religious is because you believe in it and how much of it is because you don't really have a choice growing up, for a lot of people. So it's a little close to home. I'm not Catholic, but
You're right.
It.
All right.
How about you? Did you settle on a book?
Yeah, I decided to go with Model Home, and that's why my name, I just put Model Home e-arc. Yeah, I just put that there just to be like, oh yeah, let me remind.
I on mine? How do
I think so. It should be an option kind of thing. It's literally like in like the studio with like the 3 dots. It should be an option to edit name and headline.
There we go. Beautiful.
Yeah, I just like doing a bit, like say that's why whenever I don't have a comment up or a header or anything in the screen, that way people will come in. They're like, "Wait, what are you reading?" I'm like, "Look right here. Yep, there you go."
Haha.
Yeah.
How far are you into it?
Well, now I made it to 60%. So I'm like, yes, I need to get through this because I have so many arcs. Because honestly, I kind of went in like an arc request spree a couple days ago, and now I've been approved of way more arcs, and I'm just like, yeah. So my feedback ratio is low, so I need to bring it back up again.
I always feel like I black out when I request arcs because I'll get emails like saying, "Oh, you've been approved or denied." And I'm like, for what? Did I request? I don't remember requesting that. I think I black out when I go on NetGalley.
The thing is, though, is that like sometimes, actually, more often than not, I get the email almost as soon as I like request. So I don't know if I'm just requesting very close to when people are on the NetGalley and say, "Yep, approved, deny," and I'm just like,
that never happens to me ever.
It's just
I got approved recently for a book. I got an email. It was like, "You've been approved for this book," and I did not request it. I actually know for a fact that I did not request it because I don't read a lot of books written by white straight men. So I remember when I do request a book written by a white straight man.
Yep.
And I know for a fact that I did not request 2. So I don't know if they like got the email wrong or if they just sent it out like sent out copies to people on like a mailing list from NetGalley and just like copied and pasted the "you've been approved for like your request." I don't know. But I was like,
possible.
I was like, I did not request that, and I'm not going to read it. Not reading it. No, thank you. I'm sure it's fine. I don't have anything against the author. I'm not going to read it.
Honestly, that happened to me, I think, sometime last week when from Macmillan Audio, since I'm an influencer and like the influence list, they gave me like a advanced listening copy of, I think, Amelia Hart's next book as an audiobook. And I'm like, I don't care for this author. I'm not going to read it. I don't know why you sending me this, but okay, I guess.
Normally, I feel like they ask normally, like, "Hey, do you want a copy?" And I'm like, more times than not, I'm like, sure, but I don't like reading a lot of mysteries by men in general. Stephen Graham Jones is the only repeat male author on the majority of in any genre for me, actually. So, and I'll always read what he puts out.
Right. So yeah, I got to like 60% into Model Home. And for anyone who does not know what Model Home is, because I forgot, I didn't even mention what the book was about. So Model Home is I think at least on Storygraph, has been tagged as a queer literary horror thriller. It's a lot. It's definitely giving literary fiction in the sense of we're dealing with a family drama because we're following 3 siblings, mostly one of the siblings, Esri. And then we were following about also their 2 sisters, and they found out that their parents are dead. Maybe possibly murdered by maybe the house that they lived in, because the house that they lived in is in the suburbs and in a gated community, and they're like the only Black family in the suburb. So there's also this weird haunted feeling too, because it's also supposed to be like some sort of like a haunted house story. But since it's a River Solomon book, though, it's a twist. Just like kind of like with Sorrowland, it's gothic horror, but with a twist. This is like haunted house with a twist.
I'm adding it to my TBR. I didn't know it was River Solomon's book. I love them.
Yes, and I have read all of their work. So this is the 4th one I'm reading. And so far, it was a little bit hard. I don't know. Because just even starting it was a little bit weird because I wasn't sure necessarily what to expect. Because I was like, well, is this a haunted house story, but with a twist? I don't know how they're going to twist it. So I was like, okay, let me just read it. So it took me a little bit to really understand like what was really going on and stuff with like the house. Like, is it haunted? Is it like in their heads kind of thing? And I think it's a mixture between the two. I think there's actual sinister stuff going on.
Yeah.
But also the main character, Esri, is dealing with certain mental illnesses. And it's canonical, like it's been said even on the page as well. So there's that. But also the parents are also like, they have their issues as well. They also have, there are some depictions of child abuse and neglect as well, just for people to let you know. So there's it's a lot of heavy. So definitely heavier read. I guess, that I'm used to. Even though like Unkindness of Ghosts, The Deep, and Sourland, they're all pretty dark. So like I don't know what I'm talking about, but
I feel like River Solomon does like a really good job of, I don't know, because like you should know going in like that they're going to be heavier because of how their other books are, but they just managed to present them in a way where you can digest it without feeling entirely bogged down, I feel like.
Right. It's not the kind of heavy that makes you sink to the bottom of the ocean. It's the kind of heavy that like you recognize as something dark.
And it sits on you, but there's always something tied in that gives you kind of like a release from that heaviness. Like I remember reading The Deep and being absolutely like almost in tears right away. But at the end I was like, oh.
Right. You can finally breathe at the end.
And Sorrowland is also just, that book is so good. I need to reread that book. I feel like River Solomon's books in general are ones where I would benefit from going back and reading them again. Knowing like the direction they're going and reading between the lines a little bit more.
Yeah. Definitely right. Yeah. Do you have like I mean, I don't know if you rank them, but if you were to rank did you read all three of the previous works? Or
there's one I haven't read. I think it's
Unkindness of Ghosts.
I have not read that one.
Yeah, that's their debut novel.
Yeah, so I read The Deep and then I read Sorrowland.
I do recommend An Unkindness of Ghosts. It's definitely more space, dystopian kind of thing.
I always forget that that's one of their books.
Right.
But I will add it to my TBR. I gave Sorrowland 4 stars. I gave The Deep 4 stars. The Deep only 4 stars because I have a hard time with novellas. And that one's on the shorter end of a book. And that's just a personal thing. Novellas I just have a hard time with because they're so short. And I always want more, especially when I love the author. Like, I want to read more from you. Like, give me 500 pages.
The thing too about novellas that I always find fascinating is that like one would think that it's easy to write a novella because of its page length, but it's actually extremely hard. Because I have read plenty of novellas. I read novellas that I've loved because the author has wrote a story that actually fits the page length because they know it's short. Like you could tell the writer knew this is going to be short, and they know what kind of story will fit, and the kind of, especially if it's fantasy, they know. Like they know. And I've read novellas where it's like, okay, I don't think they knew. I don't think they understood the assignment.
And that was always something I struggled with in school. Like when you have you can't go over a certain amount of words. I hated that. I hated it. That was the surefire way to get me to get into like a block as like, how do I make it good with only 200, words? I can't do that. So I admire people who can. Right.
And I think it's also so fascinating too regarding the speculative space, like fantasy and sci-fi and just speculative fiction, because you would think, especially with those genres, you would expect something to be at least 400 pages. So if you can do that in like 100 pages, less than 150 pages, it's impressive. And now it's other genres, I can see it being like maybe a little bit easier, but
yeah, like when you don't have to make a world.
Right.
You don't have to lay that foundation and explain. Like The Deep did that really well, even though it's set like in our world, but like not really because it's mermaids.
Right.
Spoilers. Not really. It's on the cover.
I mean, right.
But they did such a good job of explaining the lore so solidly in the beginning and then sprinkling it throughout where I was like, I couldn't believe it was only like less than 200 pages, but at the same time I was like, please, can I have more? Can you write me a whole series on your mermaid culture? But I'm also a nerd. I love world building.
I also love world building, but I also love it when I also love brevity though. So I'm just like, lot more, or should we just go with brevity? I don't know. I'm leaning towards brevity. If you can do it right.
I have to remind myself, would it help the book or would it hurt the book, Dana, if there was more explanation here? I'm like, probably not the best.
Yeah, because I'm like, look, there's times when you can have the yap sessions, and there's times we just gotta cut it short.
Gotta cut it short. I draw the line at 600 pages.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
When I read Priory and the Orange Tree, that was a struggle, and I liked that book. It was just that book's so long.
And that's why I'm taking forever to start reading the Dandelion Dynasty series, because the first book is like 600 pages and then it gets longer. I'm like, why?
Oh, that's so.
But I heard so good things.
No, that's how I felt when I was picking up Jade Legacy, because those books get bigger as they go. And I'm like, first of all, thank you. But second of all, that terrifies me that there's 100 more pages of pain that I know is going to fit in here. Miss Fonderly, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Take those 100 words back. Now.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, I do need to continue my reread of the series, because I've only reread Jade City. I haven't started my reread of Jade War yet.
Well, if you don't keep reading, nothing bad happens.
I guess, but like, I really love Jade War.
Is that the second one?
Yeah. But Jade Legacy was my favorite when I read it. So now I'm like, because I've enjoyed Jade City the second time around more than I did the first time around. So I'm just like, so what am I going to feel about Jade War then? And then what am I going to feel about Jade Legacy?
I'm trying to, I don't remember a lot that happens in the second one, because it's the second one, so I get sandwiched in between the two, so I don't remember. I remember really liking Jade Legacy, though.
Right.
Like, I remember getting to that point towards the end. And I closed the book and I had to do a lap. Because I was like, I don't know if I want to keep... If I turn the page fondly, what's going to be on that page?
Pain.
And is it going to destroy me?
Maybe.
It did. But it was so... I need to reread that series. I gotta reread it.
Yeah. But as far as with like Model Home, though, as far as my ranking of the 4, Sarland is still number 1. Number 2, I don't know, depending on how Model Home ends, it could be number 2 or number 3, but it'll be very close with the Deep. They're mixed in between. So far, and Unkindness is Ghost is the last one, even though I gave that book like a 4 stars. So like, there's not much of a difference.
That tells you all you need to know.
Right, because I gave Starland like a straight up 5 stars. It was the best book of one of the best books of like 2022 for me.
It's just I need to reread Sorrowland, because again, like it's one of those books where you don't know where it's going in terms of like how much fiction is going to be in there, like how much fantasy elements, until I think like maybe 50%. I feel like, and then it starts to feel more real. I want to reread it now, like knowing what happens and see. But The Deep was so powerful.
Right.
I thought it was so beautiful. And I also read it when I was reading a bunch of nonfiction Palestine books. And I just felt like it resonated so much with the other material I was reading. So that left a really big, like, impression on me.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Let's catch up on the comments. Oh yeah, JK before the sprints was gonna be working on food photography newsletter.
Yum.
I know, right? Sounds delicious. Hello, Leslie. Don't forget to give the like button a little pat. Thank you, Leslie. Hello, Kay Simmons. Just waking up, getting coffee. Remember to hydrate. Yep. Check laundry and like.
I need to fold my laundry.
I need to do my laundry.
I have a pile in my laundry basket. It's clean. It's just in the laundry basket. I need to fold that.
Me too. I actually do have clean laundry that needs to be put away and then dirty laundry that needs to be done. So I'll do that eventually.
I'll get to it.
Yeah. Hello, Aisha. Happy Saturday. Did some journaling.
Ooh, I wish I journaled more.
When it comes to journaling, do you do like just like a regular hand journaling, or do you like a bujo kind of thing, like bullet journaling?
I wish I could do both. I'm not good at either. But people who can bullet journal, I love looking at them. When people post pictures, I love creative people.
Yeah. I like making my bullet journal. I just do it just to like have something to do with my hands sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not always the prettiest, but I try to make it at least a little bit interesting with some stickers and washi tape and my things. All the things. Oh, Stephen Graham Jones. Hello, Panir.
Lucas. I think
Yes.
this is one of my friends from my Discord.
Ah, well then,
Oh.
welcome. Hello. That sounds awesome. Yep, yep. I remember reading the description of the one and it gave me Get Out vibes. All right, for Model Home. Yes. Yeah. I mean, to be quite honest, okay, maybe I don't know why, but like I have still yet to see a Jordan Peele movie. I have not seen any one of his movies. I've only heard people talk about it, but assuming based on what I know of the plot of that movie, I'm like, I think so. Yeah, it fits the vibes of Get Out.
I think I've seen all of his movies. Well, I'll say his horror trilogy I've seen.
Wait,
so Get Out. Well, I say they're not connected, but I like his main ones.
Right. So Get Out, Nope,
and Us.
Oh, that's the one I was missing.
Mm-hmm. All three really good.
Mm-hmm. Fantasy novels are so hard. Yes. And that's why I love reading the Singing Hill cycle by Niveau. Because like she knows how to write fantasy in the novella space. In fact, even her full-length novels are short. They're less than 300 pages. So like Siren Queen, The Chosen the Beautiful, and The City in Glass that just came out in like October. Those are like less than 300 pages, even less than 250 pages even. Like she knows how to write short fantasy. Recommend for anyone who wants to read some short books at around this time of year. Just saying.
Adding it to my TBR.
Mm-hmm. Mermaids, Eyes. Yep. The Deep has a lot of talk regarding mermaids and the way of Black mermaids specifically, and the historical context of how Black mermaids could be formed.
Yeah, definitely check for all of River Solomon's books. Check the content warnings, though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I always say that.
Always,
especially with I think Sorrowland a little bit more, in terms of like descriptive content warnings. Like it goes more in depth with, in my opinion, from what I remember.
Right, I do. Yeah, actually, I think the Sorrowland is the only book of theirs, I think, that had a content warning or an author note at the beginning. I think that's the only one that did. And it did talk about like very graphic depictions of things. And I do remember as well, like the first chapter, you were pretty much hit with a childbirth scene. So if you're someone who does not like childbirth in a graphically depicted in a book, you might want to skip Sorrowland because it's in the first chapter. It starts off that way.
That just reminds me of that meme. It's like there's only one thing worse than a predator, a child. There's only one thing worse than horror, childbirth horror.
Oh my gosh, like for real. Cause it just be right there in your face. And you're just like, what the?
Oh, that book was gruesome in a good way. The Deep is hard in a like a grief kind of way because grief is such a prominent theme.
Oh yes, grief and loss. God, Priory was way too long. That's why I never read it. I will not read Priory of the Orange Tree, A Day of Fallen Night. I'm not reading none of them books.
I read the first one. I challenged myself to 100 pages a day. I did it. I have the second book, or the prequel. I've not touched it. I got it last Christmas. I still haven't read it. It's scary. It's big. I'm gonna read it.
But will you read the next prequel? Yeah, another prequel that's coming out next year.
I might. I think something that kind of stuck out to me regarding, and this is not a dig at Samantha Shannon, the author. I didn't realize that she was a white woman when I read Priory of the Orange Tree at first, which is fine, except a lot of her character stuff comes from other cultures. And she does and I mean, I don't have the license to say she does a good job with representing the cultures because I'm not from any of the cultures.
Right.
But I don't know. I feel like I would rather read about those cultures from authors who wrote them. And so I've had a hard time picking up the prequel just because now that I know, I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll read some other authors of colors fantasy stuff instead, like How to Shape a Dragon's Breath.
Right.
For the dragon content. And I love that one. I thought that was even better than Priory. I think
it's much
good.
shorter.
It is. So that's not a dig at her. That's just like a me thing where I was like, okay, if I'm going to be reading about like Asian culture from any author, I would rather be consuming that work from an Asian author. And she does her homework. She does a good job. From what I've heard other like Asian readers say, like she really studied and poured into it. But that's me trying to read more diversely and like from own voices authors.
Right. That is definitely one thing I have heard about Pride of the Orange Tree is that it does have strong influences of like Asia, like in the continent and cultures and histories. I heard that it's handled well, but I'm also just like, first of all, the book is really long. Second, I can read other books written by Asian authors throughout the continent, and it'll be much shorter.
And that was just kind of, so I think, eventually I might get to the prequel. That was just something I didn't realize till towards the end of the book about the author, because that was on me. I didn't look. I usually look up authors, and I just did not do it for Priory because it was so recommended. I was like, oh,
all right, because everyone in the fantasy community loves to read it and reads Samantha Shannon's work. So,
and I should know better than to trust the fantasy community after Fourth Wing.
Okay, I don't know. Is it fantasy on that one, or is that? I don't know. Is it? I mean,
it should not have been marketed as fantasy, and that's the hill I will die on.
Right.
It's fantasy adjacent.
I mean, it's fantasy in the sense of, I guess, though it's not set in our world, secondary, but like,
yeah, I would say, it's romantasy, and I know that's not like an official genre, but I had too many of my friends saying it's fantasy, and I'm like, it's not though, because the focus isn't on the fantasy,
right?
So let's be real here.
honestly, the people who I've seen really love Fourth Wing in that series are people who love reading romance, fantasy romance, romantasy, however you want to go about it. So,
which sucks because I know there are good romantasy books out there. I'm just jaded and bitter at this point because I've been burned by too many of them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know there's good ones, but I'll stick to my monster romance and be happy with that. I'll stick with that.
Yes. Yeah, it was, but I was a big fan of gaining to linger in the story and world for longer. Fair enough.
Yeah, I thought her world building was really good. I thought it was unique. Solid. If you love world building, I always say, if you don't mind 500 pages of lore and history, you'll love Priory. But if you don't want to read 500 pages of that, you will not like it.
Right. Hello, Melissa. Welcome. Sprint humping, bounce between different books. My reading mood is all over the place today. Welcome to the club.
You're in the right place for that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For sure. Yep.
Mr. Title and author just now. The Deep has been in my reading pile for a while. Right.
Highly recommend it, Bailey. It's so good. It's very short. I think the audiobook is only like, it can't be more than 3 hours, right?
I think it could be. I don't know, actually. I never listened to the audiobook. I read it read it physically. So I'm not sure how long. I would assume it's about 4 hours. Maybe it could be under 4 hours.
I listen to my books on 2 times speed, so I just realized that's probably not an accurate representation of how long the book is.
Well, there you go.
That might be why it wasn't 3 hours for me.
Fair enough. Oh, along with 1,000 other books. Oh, well, welcome. Yeah, welcome to that club as well. You're in the right place.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to see how long it is. Let's see.
Oh, The Deep is on my shelf, and this movie motivated me to pick it up soon. Please do. Highly recommend.
It's exactly 4 hours long.
Okay. That sounds about right, I think. Hello, Karepika. There's so many discrepancies between the prequel and Priory. Huh.
Interesting. See, I don't remember enough about Priory to like, if I read the prequel, I don't know if I would pick up on any of that. But that's interesting to know. Because that is, she does have a lot of history that she would have to keep track of to write the prequel.
Right. And I do remember when the prequel came out, well, the first prequel anyways came out, that like I do remember not a lot of people loving it as much as Priory.
Okay.
So it was interesting. I was like, for a book that is just as long as Priory.
Longer.
Oh, it's longer?
It's like 100 pages. I think it's 100 pages longer. I think. I'm gonna look. You're like, I'm never touching that book.
Nope. What do you mean it's longer and it's a prequel? You might at this point make it a sequel. Just make a sequel. Why are we doing this prequel content?
Okay, 830 pages for Priory, 868 pages for A Day of Fallen Night.
Okay, so it's a little bit
longer. I could have sworn it was longer than that, but yeah.
So still relatively around the same page, like yet. Nah.
It is a pretty book though, and I can't get myself to get rid of it because it's so pretty on my shelf.
It does match nicely.
It's very nice. I like it.
That was me, PJ Clark, or that was you with Guardian PJ Clark? I don't think I understand. Sorry. I was like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I loved Priory. Okay.
Like I can see, like, again, not a bad book at all. Like, I think it's well written. I think the concept's good. I think she does a good job presenting all the information. The map's beautiful. It's just the cross-cultural stuff. I would have didn't rub me the wrong way. It was just something that I like reflecting on, like having read it before. I was reading more diversely and challenging myself to read other authors. I wasn't aware of it, and then afterwards I was like, okay, making a mental note. All
right. I read The Priory as an audiobook while I was hiking, and that was awesome because it was so immersive, and I had the audiobook for almost the whole week we were hiking.
That's nice.
I actually don't know much about the audiobook for Priory. I don't even know how long it would be.
I didn't even think about checking it out on audiobook. Because I annotated my copy of Priory. Don't recommend doing that. Don't do that. unless you want to, but like I don't. Like I did that, and for what? Not every book I own needs to be annotated. That's what I need to teach myself. And that's fine. Don't have to annotate all of them.
That's true. Just because you have it physically doesn't mean it has to be annotated. Some books are just you read. You don't need to have all the thoughts in the book.
I tell myself, and I don't listen to myself. It's like, but I could put tabs in it. I could put tabs in it, and I could color in my book.
True, especially if you get like clear post-it notes, you could just do that. And the way you're annotating without it being on the book permanently, and then you can just get rid of it, especially if you end up not loving the book.
That would probably see. I should have done that with God Killer. I started annotating it, and then I gave up 30 pages in because I didn't like the book. And so I have like 30 to 40 pages annotated, and then the rest of it's not annotated at all.
Oh, but I don't remember anything. Honestly,
I remember vague plot points of Priory, and then the rest of it I don't remember. I couldn't tell you.
Fourth Wing supports Schools of Fantasy. Sorry, not sorry.
It is. So, like, even my personal issues with it aside, like, if you look at it as a fantasy novel, it's just not good. And that's just, I mean, I guess that's subjective, but it's just not. Because it's secondary. The fantasy is secondary to the romance of the book, which is fine. Just don't market it as fantasy, because some people are going to be pissed when they read it. And you have this whole world that you establish, and you say it's not our world, but then you have the days of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you have the months be our months, not realizing that our months are based off of things in our world that would not translate to a fantasy world.
Right.
Like, why is October a month in your world?
at this point, make it contemporary fantasy with dragons. Contemporary fantasy exists. It doesn't have to be high fantasy secondary world.
Yeah.
But, oh well. Oh, I'm just saying. Everyone turned their brain off during the marketing of that one.
Except for whoever did the cover, like the sprayed edges, and like the actual book itself was so pretty.
Oh yeah.
Like I thought it was gorgeous. I did end up selling my copy on Pango because I got the limited edition like sprayed edges.
Right.
Beautiful book. And then they had all the printing issues later on with it though.
I think that was an Iron Flame, I think.
Oh, that Iron Flame?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. Now I'm remembering. Yep.
I remember a lot of people being mad about that book.
Well, people were getting theirs, and it was Iron Flame, but the cover page was Fourth Wing.
Imagine spending $30 on a book that has the dust jacket, the cover you want, but that the inside is a whole different book. Imagine
the actual book is just the book that you already probably own. Embarrassing.
Oh my gosh.
Embarrassing.
World building, my beloved. Yes.
I'm trying to think of books I've read recently with the world building. Has been good. I mean, Jade's like the Greenbone Saga. I feel like the world building's so good. I personally think it's harder to do like contemporary fiction or like urban fantasy. I think that's harder in terms of, and at least for me, because I feel like when I read a lot of urban fantasy, it can either feel like the author's trying too hard to make it modern day, but I feel like the Greenbow Saga does a really good job. Like Fonda Lee knew what her world was going to look like. Like it's our world, but sprinkled in just enough elements to it.
Right. And she makes it still distinct enough that's like it still seems like a second world because it doesn't have the same countries and places, but you can guesstimate on what those places will represent.
Yeah, like you know which one America is. Let's be so real.
Right. America, or maybe even Britain, however you want to look at it.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
For me, it was America right away just because I'm American. It's my default. America's the only country, guys. We're the only one, right?
Right.
I guess also, though, when I think of Western world, I think literally. So, like, to me, England is not West because in my head it's East to America.
Right.
So in my head, I'm like, Western world. America. I know geography.
Right. But let's see. What other books that have really good world building? I did recently read The Jasmine Throne by Tasha Siri.
Ooh, I want to read that one.
Yeah, Nat and I are actually buddy reading it, so I can't say too much in case they come into the chat or something. But they're still reading it, but I've already finished reading it, and I really did like the world building in that book. Actually, I think it's definitely one thing for sure about the Burning Kingdoms trilogy because I haven't read the sequels yet, but that book really had really good world building. It's really, I found it like the magic part of it to be very much steeped in like religion. It's very interesting the way of religion is used for the magic system and how that relates to each other. It's very fascinating. And then I recently read and posted my review finally of Immortal Dark by Tigis Gurma because I've had that. I had the ALCs before it was published. That book was out since September. And I was like, oh crap, I forgot.
Really?
It's been out since September and I completely forgot that. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I have the advanced listening copy. I need to read it.
Oh.
And it's for anyone who does not know, Immortal Dark is a young adult dark fantasy. It's the first book in a trilogy. And it's one of those books that I think's been gaining some sort of like controversy regarding like because it's young adult, but it also has sexual content in it.
Once again, we need to bring in new adult as a legitimate genre, like not genre, but like age
category. Yeah. And like I can see it. Yeah.
It would help a lot of people. Like it would help keep because I hate because then you get into like the blurred lines of like should kids have access to books with sex scenes and you get into that whole like censorship thing. But I think it would help so much to have that be a genre, or not genre, like a category, age range.
Right. And I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and another thing too, though, especially regarding new adult as an age range, is that like I also want to see how new adult as an age range can work with other genres. Because when I think of new adult, I do think fantasy or fantasy romance. But then I'm just like, well, then how do we relate that in other genre categories? Like, what does new adult contemporary will look like? New adult horror, mystery, and thriller, just like we see that with young adult or even middle grade and adult. Like, how do we differentiate that?
Yeah. Because, I mean, I feel like a good example of like a book I would classify as like a new adult would, again, I always talk about Jade City. I know I push my agenda. All right.
Yes.
Poppy Wars is another one that I'm always I push people to read it if the content of it like doesn't trigger you or upset you. I always am like, read it. Those are two books that I would classify as new adult, and because of the content within the book. Especially as you get further into like the Poppy Wars, for sure. Like, not spoiling things, but it gets pretty gruesome and intense. I wouldn't recommend that necessarily to a young adult reader, depending on the age of the reader. And not just for sexual content, like I'm talking like drug use or assault, violence. Like, to me, that would be new adult. Same with maybe, I don't know. It can be hard because you get into the whole thing too, where it's like, is young adult supposed to be categorized for the reader's age, or is it the characters who are in the book? Of like, well, the character is 19. Should that be considered an adult or a young adult? And I'm like, I feel like it should be the content within the book is how I look at it. I think of it like a movie rating. Where I'm like, just because a movie like It Chapter 1 is not a kid's movie just because it has kid protagonists in it. It's the content in the movie which garners the category. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. The thing though with regarding the Poppy War though is that like it's not just a dark fantasy, it's specifically grimdark. And when I think grimdark, I think adult fantasy. Like, I don't know how you can have a grimdark. Well, can you have a grimdark book that's also young adult? Or would that just be a dark YA fantasy?
Don't know, because I don't even know necessarily. I don't know. See, because it all blurs, but I think it just could help, because like there are some books where I like Poppy Wars to me, when I think of it, I don't necessarily think of it as adult because I've seen it marketed as a YA. Just like I can't wrap my mind around Daughter of the Moon Goddess being an adult book, by the way. Because that book to me does not read as an adult book. To me, I was like, because I was looking at my looking for a different book at my library, and it was in the adult section, and I was like, what's this doing up here? It's been misshelved. And then I looked it up, and it is an adult book. I was bamboozled.
Honestly. And the thing too about the Poppy War is that I find it interesting that for you seen it as marketed as young adult. For me, I saw it marketed as adult. And it makes sense when I looked at the synopsis. I was like, yeah, I don't expect teenagers to be reading this book.
Interesting.
So I'm just like, huh. And I think also too, I have heard, at least after I've read the trilogy, that for some people, they've seen it as marketed as young adult. And I have heard it's because like, for some reason, young women authors, especially young women authors of color, especially if it's a debut, tend to get marketed as young adult because I don't know, it's just misogyny and sexism regarding publishing, regarding all of that, sure. Especially for a debut. And I think that's what happened with Tiga's Gurma with this book as well, because I do think that the contents of the book is quite dark for young adult fantasy. Now, there are young adult fantasies that happen the dark side, but I do think this one is leaning a little bit more towards adult personally. Yeah. So it's kind of weird because I'm like, I don't know which teenagers to like. If I were to recommend Immortal Dark to a teenager, I'm like,
it would depend on the teenager.
Yeah, I'm just like, can you handle something as dark as this? I mean, it's vampires, but like it's very dark in the way it went about vampires. Yeah. So
Yeah, you get into like that weird, like, how do you classify it? I don't know. I still use the genre new adult, not genre. I keep saying genre. I use the category new adult, even though it's not an official thing. And then for me, that's typically like I say like 18 to 20, like late 20s.
Right.
But I'm also mid 20s and I don't read a lot of adult novels. So that could also just be a personal thing where I'm like, I'm not an adult. What are you talking about?
I don't know. The very late teens, the early 20s, that age range, because I mean, I'm in that age range and I'm just like, you're in a very weird range. It's so weird. It's like we're too young to be considered as adults, but yet we're old enough to do adult things. But like we're also so young because we're just getting to adulthood. It's this weird blurring of line. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know how you can translate that to like publishing and book publishing. But you know, that's a marketing thing for the authors. Just write whatever you want. When it comes to age categories, I look at the publisher because that's on them.
And I would also say, because I don't know anything about the author for that book, because I haven't read it yet. I've heard good things. Like a lot of my friends who have read it, it's either like a 3+ star read or like higher. But to me, it's also like, how does the author market it in terms of the content within it? Because I've seen some authors who've been forced to market it as young adult, but they're really upfront about the content in their book. They're like, hey, just so you know, this book is intense. Make sure you check out what's in the book before you commit to reading it. So
you're right. Actually, in the audiobook and the physical, it does come with a content warning. Like, hey, this is a dark story, has this, and that and stuff. So like it does warn you at least.
Yeah.
So regardless of, because I think they must have known, it's like, look, we know this is dark. We're putting in a young adult. So just be like, hey, if you're a teenager, please read these if you can handle this.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing though about publishing that I'll never understand. It's like, how do
publishing
you?
is a mess.
Yeah.
In general.
Yeah. Not an avid audiobook listener, but maybe they can help me get through the pile. Yeah, I recommend it.
I wouldn't have read nearly as many books this year if it had not been for audiobooks. It's just about finding what narrators work for you.
Yeah, because honestly, my mom has actually really been getting back into reading now, and she's been listening to like audiobooks so that maybe she can also move into reading physical books. And like, yeah, she's picky, just as picky as I am. That's the audiobooks.
I'll listen to it. I'll have a narrator call, and I'm like, no, done. Not reading it. No, not doing it.
Like for real, I'm starting to even make a list of like, okay, if I hear narrated by this person, I'm just return that audiobook. I am not listening to it.
Natalie Notless, is that the one narrator?
That's
she's
one.
She's for me, and I hate it because I feel bad, but I'm like, I can't do her. I can't. I'm sure again, not her. I don't have a problem with her. I can't stand her narration, especially for girls, which is like really funny. But I feel like she brings this quality to the voices where I'm like, I'm sure the book's great.
The thing is, though, is that like Natalie Notless doesn't differentiate between the characters, because I will never forget when I was reading The Radiant Emperor duology by Shelley Parker Chan, and I was reading She Became the Sun and reading He Who Drowned the World, and I was like, wait, who is who? Because sometimes these names be very sounding similar, and she did not pronounce it distinctly. The voices of the characters were not different either, so I kept getting myself confused, and I didn't realize who was who until I was like a quarter of the way through the sequel, and I'm like, I read a whole book in a quarter and I couldn't differentiate who was who. I didn't even remember who was this. Man, never again. I was done.
I know Gigi also can't stand listening to books narrated by Natalie. They are like, she has the same voice for everyone. And for me, it's like narrators either have the same voice for everyone, or they try to do voices for other genders, especially men doing girls.
Oh, geez.
I hate it. I just read the book. I'm begging. Please don't try to sound like a high school girl.
Oh my gosh.
You're a 50-year-old man, please. I'm begging you. Stop it.
Please.
I can't.
Especially if the girl or even the woman is like in their 20s or even 30s. You're just like, why are you sounding like you a teenager?
You can just read it. Just read it.
Please.
Please, I'm begging you. But no, there are good narrators. You just kind of have to, you find it as you go.
Yeah. I also had to add Bonnie Turpin to my list as well, because I have read a couple books with her narration, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm starting to rate the books lower because of your narration. So we need to, because that's what happened with me with Feybound by Sarah Al-Arifi. Granted, though, I did have it physically, so I wasn't quite a fan of the writing style, but the narration was not as helpful. But
yeah, I've done that where I'm like, am I hating this book solely because of the Verity by Colleen Hoover? When I was trying to read that book for educational purposes. Thank you.
She's like, disclaimer,
please. I don't support it. No, but I was trying to read it for the disability representation so I could talk about it in context of accuracy. And I was listening to the narrator. I don't know who narrates the book, but I could not tell if I hated the writing or if it was their narrator, because her voice was horrible. Absolutely sounded like text to speech at some parts. And spoiler alert, not really. It was both. The narrator and the book are not good. Don't read them.
Well, there you go.
There you go. So I ended up checking out a physical copy of it to see if it was, how much of it was the narrator like making the book bad. It was both.
Yep.
Yeah, not great.
Although I've had a hard time focusing on a podcast, I have to skip back to re-listen to what I just heard too often. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you listen to something and you just zone out, or maybe
I have
just
to
processing.
I have to do something with my hands when I'm listening to an audiobook. I do chores or I play with the dogs. I have to do something, or I don't absorb it. For me, but I know other people have the opposite problem, where they can't. They have to sit still and listen. I'm like, no, couldn't be me.
The German version of Pirate is separated into 2 books. Because German translations are always longer, and I think that is funny.
That is funny.
They said some Priory Orange Street Part 1, Priory of Orange Street Part 2.
I wonder how they split it up, because I'm trying to remember if the book is split into parts. You know how like sometimes it'll be like part 1 is like a chunk of chapters, part 2. I'm trying to remember. I could look, but I'm not going to get up.
Yeah, what's the point? The book is heavy. Yeah.
I'm not going to go pick it up.
Nah.
That one I'm also never getting rid of, because my annotations, I'm very proud of them. They're very pretty. They're very gorgeous.
Oh, whoops. I forgot.
Whoa.
I forgot. If I do certain, this is what happens. I'm like, every single time I do sprints, I keep forgetting if I do certain hand gestures, because I updated my laptop a while ago, and one of the new updates just do that.
That's cool though. I like that.
I just didn't realize that was gonna happen.
That would be bad for me. As we can tell, I do this when I talk. That would not be conducive to.
The only ones I like though is the thumbs up one. If it shows up, is it gonna show up? No. Okay, but I do like this one though.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
That one I'm like, okay, fine. I actually
that
like
one can
that
stay.
One.
That one can stay.
I can't do fantasy on audio unless I'm doing a blended rate. Yeah. When it comes to genres, there are certain genres I'm like, okay, I cannot do fantasy. I've read so much fantasy, I can listen to it solely via audio. Depending though, there's only a few fantasies that I'm just like, okay, I actually need something like I think certain political fantasies and certain fantasies based on like cultural aspects, I would need it for pronunciation.
I need to see it written down.
Yeah.
Names, I have to see it. Like I've tried to read Dune multiple times. And then narrate the audiobook. That's a great audiobook. It's multicast. Very good. I have to see the names written down. Because between the way they're pronouncing it and like how many words are like made up or like based off of another language, I can't. I confuse myself.
Yeah.
But I like blended reading. I did that recently with the second Ember in the Ashes book.
A Torch Against the Night?
I did a blended read with that, so I could see the names and everything written down. Loved it. Great time. In the audiobook, I really do like the narrators for that series on audiobook.
Honestly, seeing you, Gigi, and I think another person on Instagram reading that quartet, I'm just like...
Oh, is it, was it Rowan?
Yeah.
From, yeah.
I'm just like, dang, y'all. I need to get on this Amber and the Ashes Quartet train.
I don't want to read the third one. I'm scared.
What was it? A Reaper at the Gates or something?
Yeah. The title's scary, man.
I don't know what this means. Now you're making me scared. I'm like, dang, I haven't read the first book yet.
I'll say it's just like, speaking of world building, amazing world building. Where it's very clearly based off of like Roman like the one group is like very clearly like Roman history inspired, and then the other one is more like I'm assuming like Middle Eastern. So good, and stop it to hear. Seriously, there's like a line in there, I don't want to spoil it, but it's like a one sentence just like way that she describes something, and I listened to the narrator read it and I had to stop, and I was like, one of the most impactful lines of description I've ever heard by an author. She's just a genius. She knows what she's doing. Right. Even if I don't, like, I'm not a big, like, in fantasy. It's the other thing I have a hard time with fantasy. Like, I'm not really into, like, the romance and fantasy aspect. And that's a personal preference. She does it so well. I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care there's a love triangle. I don't care.
Wait, well, there's a love triangle?
Not really. It's not a real love triangle. It's more like a
love angle.
It's like an L.
Oh, okay.
Like these two people, and then this person thinks, and then it's like,
oh geez,
very good. It's a very good series. That's one where it's like that one is young adult, but to me sometimes it reads higher, despite like the content not being necessarily super dark. But very good. Highly recommend it. Narration is great. It's was like a co-narrated, so like there's two people who read for it. Very good.
Okay, because I do own the first book with the new covers, and I've been wanting to get the rest, but I was like, well, let me try reading the first book, but I'm like, I don't know. I think I might like it.
I think you'll like it. Does the magic system is also very cool to me. So yeah, the first one, I want to get the new covers. I'm glad they got updated. I don't like the original covers very much.
The old covers, it does give like 2010 to 2015 ish.
Yeah, I was like 2012 YA. It's giving Raven boys on the cover,
right?
Ooh, but very good. Highly recommend. That's another one I'm going to start pushing on people. Have you read it?
JK saying hello to everyone else that recently came in. You didn't like God Killer? Shut your face.
It's fine. It was fine.
Maybe aggressively fine.
I really liked the first half, and then the rest of it, I was just kind of like, oh, okay. And I was like, okay, and what I will say I liked is I liked that in the fantasy world, being queer, not a problem that anyone had. It was just a way of life. Love that. Wish we had more of that in fantasy. The disability representation, very good. Like, I loved, again, like, this is a fantasy world, and they were like, okay, here's how we accommodate that, because why wouldn't we accommodate that in a fantasy world when we have the means to accommodate people?
Right.
I love that. That was very, very good. The rest of it, I was like, okay, well. Yeah. Cover's pretty.
Well, there you go.
Cover's really pretty. Like, I don't know. It was just aggressively fine to me.
Yeah. Oh, Ian says hello. Oh, the hello. Slow day at community college tutoring lab because semester's practically over. Right.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Holiday season.
Woo. Priority audiobook is 25 hours, 36. Oh, wait. No, 25 hours, 53 minutes.
No. As if that's any longer than reading it physically, but like, did I really read 25 hours?
Oh, jeez.
I'm trying to think. Like, looking at my shelf, I'm trying to see which books I own that are the same size. And I think Game of Thrones, the first one, and maybe... No, Wheel of Time is smaller. And those books are... Let me see how long those are. I can't type. Yeah, Wheel of Time is still shorter than Priory, and that's a big book.
Dang. Oh, I meant with not realizing this.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Dove into the book without looking up the author. All of his main characters are black female characters, and one of them is really good. Yeah, shocked to learn he was a black man.
Yeah, and I think like sometimes that can work in like in the favor of like not knowing, but I try really hard now to research my authors beforehand. I don't have, especially with so many authors being Zionists, I don't have time to be platforming books with people who, not that Samantha Shannon is, she's as far as I know she's not. I'm just saying in general, I research my authors now, so I don't get I don't get shocked and bamboozled by who I'm reading.
Right. For me, I get shocked and bamboozled for authors I never read from. Like, I'm like, I'm curious about this. And then I just look up the author because, like, I always like looking up author bios.
Me too.
Whether I'm in the bookstore, the library, I'm just like, let me see. What does the author look like? What is their background? Do they live near me? Are they a local author? Because sometimes I'd be surprised. Like, Abby Jimenez lives in Minnesota. I didn't even know that.
Okay.
Right? And Sequoia Nagamatsu also lives in Minnesota.
Book tour.
Like, for real. I was like, maybe if I read one of her books, I was like, maybe. I was like, maybe I can find her. Maybe she signs a book in a nearby bookstore of mine. I don't know.
Maybe I'll swing by. Yeah. I'm also, I'm nosy. I like to know.
Ray Bear series. Yes.
I've only read the first one. Loved it, though. I need to keep reading the series. It was very good.
Yes, I still need to read Redemptor, which I'm hoping I can read Redemptor before the end of the year. Because I own Redemptor. I also own The Maid and the Crocodile. And my mom actually has read Ray Bear. I've actually recommended her Ray Bear, and she loved it. And then she read Redemptor before I did. And she's like, you need to read Redemptor. I'm like, I know, Mom. I'll read it. I'm glad you love it, though.
I'll get to it. I think that was one of the first Bookstagram book reviews I ever posted. Was Ray Bear.
Yes. I need more people to read Ray Bear. I need more people to check out Jordan F. Freckles' works.
Criminally underrated, I feel like. I should reread that one and then get back to the series this coming year, I think. I need to refresh my memory. I remember elements of it, like big plot points I remember. But I don't remember how they connect.
Oh, yeah. I will, though. It's in my 6 Recs by 6 Friends. I will be reading this book, so.
Is that like a part of the Ray Bear series, or is it like a different?
It's in the same world. We follow different characters, so it's a standalone. You don't need to read the duology or even finish reading the duology to read The Maid and the Crocodile.
That cover is stunning.
It is. It's so beautiful, and I own it. And I'm just like, yes, honestly, must.
All of Jordan Afeko's covers are stunning, though. Like
that's
the Ray Bear cover. Come on.
It doesn't matter if it's US or UK. Stunning.
Yeah, I need to finish that duology.
England is west of the interstate. Yeah.
Eventually you get there.
Yep. That's what Thrones on the reading pile too. Yes. I do recommend it. It's pretty good. It does get it's a little slow at the first part because the plot isn't super fast or anything. It's not I don't think the plot is the strongest bit in the story. I feel like it's like 60% character, 4% plot. Like the plot
would work better. To me, I feel like I'm more of a character person. So like to me, I would be like, oh, perfect.
Right, because a lot of the stuff that happens in the story doesn't happen unless the characters are actively doing something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's down with the Empire. Jordan Freckle really does romance and fantasy really well. That's true. Yes. I think the rating is the age range. Yeah.
Which, I don't know. I just don't know if that's like the smartest way to do it. I understand why, but I feel like it limits a lot of what people are going to read if you do that solely based off age range. Right. In both ways. Like because I get like kids might not want to read books about grown-ups. Like I get that, but I feel like it can limit what you're seeing advertised and picking up. I don't know.
It's also interesting too because when I think of really popular books, especially in like the fantasy space, I do think of characters who are older teenagers or in their early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really think of fantasy books and with protagonists maybe in their late 20s or even their 30s, heck, even in their 40s. Like that's even rare to find like canonical characters that old. So it's always interesting when I think of like especially new released books, but like, well, these characters are like late teens, early 20s. So you're just like, does that fit into young adult? Because sometimes you can sneak in a 20-year-old in a young adult book.
Yeah.
So I'm just like,
and I think there's also, I don't know, it's the classic kind of snobbery that also comes with like being like, oh well, it's young adult. It's young adult. So it's not going to be very good. It's not mature enough. Like it's not real. It's not real literature because it's younger. And
right.
like, The Hunger Games is a really good example of a book that is like the main character is what 15, 16. That book. So I still recommend Hunger Games to people. I still think it's brilliantly written. I think there's so much good in that book. But I read that when I was really young. Like I read it younger than the main character, but it's a book that as a grown up, I'm like read it as a grown up, and read it companion wise with Freedom is a Constant Struggle. That was that was a really good idea. Like I saw someone recommend doing that, and I was like, I'm gonna do that, and it was amazing.
Well, there you go.
I recommend it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely aspects of the publishing industry, like traditional publishing, I should say, that's like it needs to really figure out a new way to do its marketing strategy. And then as readers, we also got to figure out how we respond to it as well.
Yes, exactly.
It's also on us too, as far as like, hey, we think this thing is young adult, or we think this is more middle grade, or this is a new adult or adult, because we follow with publishing as well. So yeah. Oh, the weird thing about debut authors being categorized as YA is that SJ Mouse was sold as YA for years. That is true.
And I will never forget reading. I read the first two in ACOTAR and the first two of Throne of Glass, and being like, that's a sex scene. That's a full sex scene in this YA book. And again, the whole conversation about if sex scenes should be in YA, I'm a firm believer in like the intent matters. If it's to titilize the reader, that's something you should have questions about. But if it's, I mean, I've read good books that talk about sex or have characters have sex on the book, but it's not there to titilize the reader. It's there because that's what happens in high school for a lot of people. Not everybody, but people, and it should be in the book. So that's that whole conversation. But ACOTAR for sure should not be YA. I'm like,
I think they also redid the covers because they're like, yeah, we know this is not young adult.
No.
We're pointing the adult fantasy.
Yeah, we're gonna pivot that.
But another thing too, though, I'm thinking about young adult is that it has like as an age category, the way that young adult has been marketed over the years has been gain more interest and traction for adult readers. So maybe that's also another reason why they push debut authors into young adult more, because they realize they can earn more money through the young adult audience, even though sure it's teenagers, but we got to keep in mind that it's not just teenagers who are buying, purchasing, reviewing, promoting these books. It's also adult readers too. So like, I don't know, it's very interesting, but also kind of concerning even thinking about that. It's like, wait, we're having a lot of, I mean, it's not like, not to gatekeep, like, you know, your age as far as who reads, but it's also like, but then we kind of leave out actual teenagers to read these books.
Exactly. And I think that kind of goes into like, there have been so many, I'm not on Book Talk for many reasons. One is I don't use TikTok a lot anyway, but I've seen so many people in discussions about like, as grown-ups, as adults, we need to be very careful on how we not critique YA, but how we engage with it, where it's like, oh, this book doesn't have any spice in it, it's not good. I'm like, well, it's not for you. It's not for you. Go read an adult book. Then like there's going to be certain things in YA that are meant for YA, and that's why in my reviews I'll be like, yeah, these characters were really juvenile for me, but I'm also 26 and they're 16. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, this character is stupid because they're acting 16. They're 16. And if I don't want to read a book about a 16-year-old making decisions of a 16-year-old, I won't read it. So we just have to be mindful of like of minding our P's and Q's while we're in a space not meant for us. It's not a space for grown-ups necessarily. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, be respectful of the space we're in. Like, you shouldn't go into like, a space that's for teenagers and be like, why are there teenagers in here? God. Ew.
Oh my god.
Why are there teenagers in the teen zone at my library? It's like, well, that's their spot.
Right.
Let them have their spot.
Especially in this day and age, we have more spots. It's harder for teens and kids to have their own spaces.
Exactly.
So they need to have their own.
Exactly. Like, that's why I have to check myself. Like, because even as a teenager, I was very like, ew, teenagers. Like, that was because I wanted to just kind of be with like my small group of friends at home. That was just kind of me. But it's like, let teenagers be teenagers as long as they're not hurting anyone. Let them have their spaces and let them be 16. Let them be 13. Let them be cringy and funny and goofy and weird and enjoy their enjoy their things.
Right.
The way they should.
Yeah. It's called Extended Netany. Humans keep pushing back.
You did better than me.
Humans keep pushing back the threshold of adulthood. Some sociologists are deeply concerned about what it means long-term and for a culture. Knows all the fancy and superhero things in contemporary cinema. Yeah. And Extended Netany.
I think that's very interesting because it falls into like that could be a sign of how much we don't want to be living in our world, how much harder it is to be an adult in our world, so we cling to being a kid, or how many of us didn't really get to enjoy being kids for various reasons,
Yeah.
Like, even people like teenagers during the pandemic who missed out on their last couple of years of being a teenager, and now they're 18 and they didn't get to have those experiences. So to me, it makes sense they want to cling on to push adulthood away, because I want to do that too. I don't want to do that.
Adulthood's confusing.
I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
An adult.
Right. Barely feel like an adult at 28.
Yeah. No, yeah, for real.
Oh, gosh. I love playing desktop games or do chores or run errands while listening to audiobooks. Yeah.
Animal Crossing, Pokemon, puzzle games. Love doing that when I'm listening to audiobooks.
I like playing Legend of Zelda.
Yes, that's another good one.
Yes. Most specifically, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes. I love Breath of the Wild. That's my favorite horse game. I'm out here just collecting horses in Zelda.
Yes. I'm on the same way. I've always been doing chores or something when listening to an audiobook. Even when I'm reading physically, I still need to fidget with something.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to get into like paint by numbers while I'm listening to audiobooks. I think that'd be fun.
I'll think about that too. So cute. I'm so interested how y'all think about the third and fourth books, right?
Yeah. I'm terrified. I don't want to read them. She hurt me in the second book.
It's pretty interesting. I don't want to spoil it.
She hurt me. I don't want to.
It's one of those things when authors have to balance between fantasy and romance.
And I think it can be done well. Like, there's many books where I'm like, ew, I don't want romance in it. And then I end up enjoying it just fine.
In the third and fourth books, there are multiple narrators for the audiobook.
Oh, yeah. In the second one, too, there's Helene has her own narrator in that one.
Oh, okay.
So it's 3.
Oh, so there's okay, well, not even more. Okay.
So there is 3. I forgot about Helene. Yeah, she has her own narrator in the second one. Interesting.
Okay, now y'all really selling me on the audiobook.
I really recommend it, even if you're reading, like, if you do a blended read too. For like the names, I like seeing the names on pages.
I'm about to re-air this month though, so I'm super excited. Yes, actually, that's like Air intrigued me to start reading the series because I know the series has been out for a long while.
Yeah, Yeah, that's another one I feel like I'm glad Air came out so people are picking up the original series, because I wouldn't have necessarily picked it up, I don't think, without seeing people talk about Air and then go and recommend the first three.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is something too, because it's like whenever I do think of like, oh, this series has been out for a while, and then we get like a spin-off or something.
Mhm.
Usually, I hear people like, oh, just read the spin-off. Don't worry
Yeah.
about going back to the original. But with Air, it was like, no, read the original quartet, then read
Yeah.
this. And I was
Because,
like,
like,
okay.
I guess technically it's a standalone, but you get so much more from knowing the context. I'm assuming. I've not read it yet. But that's how I feel with even like the Raven Boys and then the spin-off series. Read the Raven Boys first for the context and characters of what you get from the original series.
Is it a spin-off of the Raven
Yeah.
Boys?
So the Raven Boys is 4, and then the Dreamer trilogy came out last year. My years are blending together.
I had no idea. I've only heard of the Raven Boys. I didn't know there was a whole nother series.
Yeah, so Grey Warren came out in 2022.
Oh.
Which is the 3rd book in that trilogy. I don't own the first. I don't own the other 2. But I liked it. I know a lot of people didn't end up liking the spin-off or like the spin-off series. I thought it was good though, because they wanted it to be. I think a lot of people wanted it to be a continuation,
right?
With the same characters, and the main characters in the spin-off are. It's only one of the Raven Boys.
Oh.
And then other people, and some fans didn't like that, but I liked it. I thought it was good.
Help the German versions together for 35 hours, 35 and a half hours. If I looked at the correct, what? That's wild. Oh, that is wild. Nah.
I can't believe I read that. I mean, I didn't read the German one, but
right. But oof,
crazy.
Raybear is so awesome. It really is. Why does the book need to be that long? Like, seriously. I don't know. Like, it really could have just been split into 3 books.
It should have, honestly. I think that also might have helped people read it. I mean, because again, like, it gives you the feeling of not being bogged down by 600 pages. That's daunting.
I need to read the second one. Yeah. We gotta read Redemptor.
Oh, second one of Raybear. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the second Priory book. I was like, no, it's fine.
No, I think it's Redemptor. I think
Raybear, yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's like a day and a half, right? The 35 and a half. Yeah. Like,
if you're not taking breaks too, because I wouldn't read that all in one sitting.
Oh no, I'll be in a reading slump if I try to do that. Oh, hello, Oompa Loompa. Thick and finals week. Goodness. Just waking up. Hope you all have a great sprint so far, and I'm glad I catching out. Yep. So far, we did one spring. We're doing a lot of talking. I'm actually very behind on the chat. So.
Right. I like gabbing. It's fun.
Yes, I do like. This is why I like having a guest, because I can do all these long yap sessions. Okay, I miss having them.
I'm gonna feed my dog real quick. Keep reading these. I'm just gonna pop on this side real quick.
Yes, please feed the puppy. It's 3 a.m. here. Dang. Well, thank you for joining us. That is late, early morning, late at night. I don't know. 3 a.m. is a weird time. Like, is that super early? Well, technically it's super early, but it's also late at night because it's so dark. But for real, yes. I love some older characters also as main characters. Yes, especially in fantasy. Because I feel like you could find more like older characters in like other genres. You can find that like for sure, I think in contemporary spaces. There tends to be like the middle-aged older characters there. Sometimes in mystery, like the cozy mysteries, you can find slightly older characters. But fantasy and sci-fi, it's hard for some reason to find characters who are not in their 20s. It's like maybe we can branch out to 30s, 40s, even maybe 50s. And I think that's also another thing why I really appreciate the Greenbone Saga, because we're seeing these characters age into that 50s, 60s range, like the main core characters, or even 30s for like the youngest one. I just love it when I see characters age and not just being like my age. I'm like, look, I'm tired of reading people about my age. Can I look at what's in the future for people a little bit older? I'm curious about what it's like being 30. I'm curious. Hello, Angeline. Just came in doing errands. I'm able to catch the live. Yes.
Yeah. Hope errands were okay, not too stressful. I know like getting out and about this time of year can be not fun with shopping and crowds and
oh my gosh, yes. That's why I'm just like, look, if I ever were to do Christmas something, it has to be a week before because I don't want to be out and about the week of Christmas. Nope. No. I'm home. I'm on a couch. I'm either reading or I'm watching something.
Yep. I'm watching Christmas movies.
Yes. Now I've read so many middle grade books that are masterpieces. Yes.
I've been trying to read more recently. Like, let's see. Like Dear Mothman, middle grade. Beautiful book on being young and trans and just a beautiful time. I read I Can Make This Promise by Christine Day. Weeped. I weeped. That was a beautiful middle grade book that was a really good example of content that is hard. Like, how do you talk about being Indigenous in America and not knowing your roots? And then the reveal of why you don't know who your family is. Like, that's hard to talk about. And she just did such an amazing job. That weeped. I'm 26. I'm crying over this middle grade novel. And I'm like, it's a masterpiece. Everyone should go read it. Like, this should be required reading. So good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I don't really read a lot of middle grade because, like, I'm always so afraid that, like, if I read it and I'm just like, it was kind of fine. Like, I don't want to say, like, it's fine, but, like, I'm too old. And so it's like.
That's usually why if, like, I put good book, not the target audience, and I give it 3 stars. But I've been pleasantly surprised by some middle grade over the last couple of years.
And I think it also is a thing for, like, at least for my reading journey, even when I was in that age range, I wasn't reading middle grade books.
Me too.
So that's why I'm just like, it's hard for me to read middle grade, not just because I'm just don't relate to it as now, but even when I was that age, I wasn't reading middle grade like that. Yeah. I was reading young adult books. And I'm
Me too.
Like, dang.
And that's also why I think it's really funny for, like, a long time why I didn't like reading YA. Even though, because that's all I read when I was in middle grade. Or like middle school, like age range. And then once I got to YA, I didn't like a lot of YA. And I went straight to like adult, but not really. Like Aragon is adult, but not really. Like
it's down the line.
It's like, it's new adult. It's new adult.
Closed door sex scenes are fine for a while, but not anything explicit. Yeah.
Just like for me, me and also, but in YA, like at the age range of YA, didn't want to read that anyway. Just wasn't interesting to me personally. But yeah, I think it's important to have the discussions around it. But just like how I don't think we necessarily need to see teenagers having sex on TV because there are creeps out there. Same reason why when it comes to sex scenes in YA books, I'm like, have to be very careful about how we're writing.
Right. And even in like, you were saying?
Oh, just like, we just have to be careful with how we're writing for teenagers and young adults, in my opinion.
Yes, the intent does matter because even especially in TV, because like you can visually see it, but also you can visually see actors who are doing those scenes are not teenagers. And that's where it gets really weird.
Yeah. And you're crossing some territory that's like, what's the intent here?
Yeah.
Who's the audience here?
Yeah.
Let's be careful. I think the only show that like Sex Education on Netflix, love that series. Feel like it does an amazing job talking about sex for teenagers while having actors who are not teenagers talking about it. I think that's a great discussion about how to do it. I hate saying properly because then to me that comes off as very censorship adjacent, but they have really good conversations that I think are necessary.
Yeah. Speaking with, thanks for recommending Christine Day. Her books are so good.
Yes, she wrote I Can Make This Promise. She's written other ones, but that's just the only one I've read so far. But beautiful. I picked it up totally on a whim on Overdrive on my Kobo. Beautiful. I read it in basically one day, in one sitting. It was really good.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, you did get a Kobo this year. So how's that going?
I really like it. I think my only critique, and this is just, it's not the biggest critique in the world because I have my phone and I can listen to audiobooks like on Libby, but it only connects basically to sorry, I can listen to my audiobooks for Hoopla on my phone. It only connects to Libby. And then obviously the store where you buy things from. But it's not going to Amazon, so I'll take that. It goes straight to the Kobo store. I would definitely get the slightly more expensive one, though, that lets you have a little bit more internet access with it. But I really like it. Like, the battery life's really good. I've only charged it like 3 times in the last couple months that I've had it. So it lasts a really long time. I have the colored one, so it's really nice for reading graphic novels on. It's really nice for e-arcs. So you just connect it straight to your computer and download them. Loved it. Highly recommend, especially if you don't want to buy Amazon products and if you want to save some money, because it's actually cheaper than a lot of Kindles as well, which is nice. And the new Kindle is just a Kobo. They're marketing it, and I'm like, that's the new Kobo that came out last year.
Well, it reminds me of sometimes with Apple and how they release their phones. It's like a Samsung or a different Android device has done something like this similar already, and it's just like, seriously, Apple. But
that I know, like, there's like a lot of reasons why people use Kindle over it. The Kindle is nicer because you can like connect to the internet and like use like Google and stuff. The Kobo, as far as I know, is just books, though, which is good for me because I can't get distracted. So it's nice for me. Right. I highly recommend it.
The problem is that YA is such a broad age range.
Yes.
Something that might be appropriate for a 17-year-old isn't necessarily appropriate for a 13-year-old. Exactly. That is a thing. And especially when like there is, since new adult doesn't technically speaking exist, at least in publishing doesn't recognize it expands it even more so. Yeah. And I think that's where we're having the problem nowadays, because it's like, wait, what is the actual age range for a new adult? Like, are we counting the 18, 19-year-olds and the early 20s and the young adult, or are we pushing that to adult? And it looks like there's a tug of war.
Yeah.
Of adult and young adult.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head with that. Like, 17 is not going to be, I'm not going to recommend something for a 13-year-old that I would give to a 17-year-old. Like Andrew Joseph White's books, Spirit Bares Its Teeth, Hell Followed With Us. I don't know if I would give that to a 12-year-old. You know what I mean? But I would give it to a 16-year-old, 17-year-old. But that's a YA book. You know? So, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky.
Right. Unless a 12-year-old can handle, like a fan of horror, you know? Like for example, like my brother, he's only 2 years younger than me. So like thinking for him back when we were younger, I would not recommend Hell Followed With Us to him because he wouldn't have been able to read it. And that's like, you know, just a small age gap. I would have probably eat that book up in a heartbeat. But 2 different readers, you know? It's tricky. It's tricky. Yeah. I'm okay with YA books having spice to them. This is the age range where people start to navigate sex, so better to have a book written by an adult where they can learn what healthy relationships look like. Yeah, there are also young adult books for that as well.
Yeah,
and I also appreciate.
Yeah, I just think, you know, again, for me, it's more like, I go back to like, is it in there because it's supposed to be titillating to the person reading it, or is it there because it's representing what happens?
Right.
Like in the real. And I think there's a difference between spice and sex conversations in books. In my opinion, anyway. Like how I look at it.
And that's another thing too, especially we're going like when I see books like, oh, spice, smut, for me, it's like it really, I always wonder actually about when people say, oh, this is spicy, this is smutty, because for me, as someone who's needs to be aware of the amount of graphic sexual content there is in a book, I'm just like, so when you say spice and smut, are we talking about like the intent of it to be titillating? Because like I am somewhat okay with sex scenes with this, like if it's not meant to be a titillating kind of thing, it's just like it's there to represent the emotional connection. I can at least understand it in that sense, at least as my brain is. But yeah, I don't know. I always find it interesting when people talk about spice and smut versus just saying like sex scenes or sex.
Yeah, for me,
Yeah.
When I hear smut, like as a fan fiction reader, I grew up on AO3 and fanfiction.net. When I hear smut, I'm thinking erotica. Is what I'm hearing. And that's fine. Like, I'm not gonna be here like, yeah, like,
right.
that's fine. But yeah, I know if I say spice, I'm saying it ironically most of the time because I'll just say it has smut in it, or if it's an erotic novel, or just say it's erotica. But yeah, it's like there's like I feel like there's a marketing difference between, like, I think a good example might be like Talia Hibbert with Get a Life, Chloe Brown.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sex scene in that book, but I wouldn't classify that book as spicy or smutty.
Right.
Necessarily. Now, is it Kennedy Ryan who wrote Real?
Yes.
Now that book to me is slightly more erotic with the amount of sex scenes in that book. But that's how I would classify it. And that's also, again, subjective, I guess, to how much people want to read that and how much don't.
Right.
There's also the snubbery, though, again, like the elitism in readers, where it's like, well, that's not a real book then. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're like, oh, it's you read erotica. That's not a book. Doesn't count. I'm like, it does. It's a book. Stop it. Stop
like, for real. Yeah.
It's a book. I might not like it, but it's a book. Like, just how I wouldn't look at anyone reading a romance book and be like, that's not real reading. Like, come on. Get off your high horse.
Like, please.
Do yourself a favor. Pick up a romance if you're tempted by the romance. Pick it up. Do yourself a favor. Read it. I'm talking to myself here.
She's like me. I'm the
me.
people.
I need to read more romance books. It's not my preferred genre, but I do need to read a little bit more of them because there are good ones out there.
Yeah. In fact, that's actually something I've been learning about this year because I have been picking up more books with either it's romance or like with a pretty substantial romance plot.
Mm-hmm.
And I have realized that there are romances I do enjoy. I really thought I was like, nah, I don't mess with romance like that. And I still somewhat don't. But then I'm like, well, there are ones actually that kind of work for me. Like,
again, Real by Kennedy Ryan. Love that. That's a romance book. I thought it was beautifully done. Like, it was a good disability representation if anyone's looking for it. Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. Love that one.
That book. Good things about that one.
Giggling, kicking my feet. I was like, oh, that's so cute. And that's a YA book. I thought it was so sweet. It was so well done. Get a Life, Chloe Brown's another one that I really liked. Didn't think I would. I really enjoyed that one. So, reading is all about getting out of your comfort zones, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, hit the nail Dana. I can't stand grown adults complain about lack of spice in a YA book. Like, go pick up an adult book.
Yeah.
I notice that with fantasy readers for some reason. Because honestly, there has been, and it's also very interesting with fantasy because fantasy is one of those genres that, like, you could actually expect some sort of a romantic subplot. So when you see fantasy books with the romance being more prevalent, it was an easy gateway into be like, you want more of that.
Romantasy, I feel like, again, unfortunately, depending on what platform you're on, like if you're on book talk versus Bookstagram or, you know, whatever space you're in, like, unfortunately is like getting a reputation within like the reader space from how I've seen of being like people are insufferable because they go from reading a romantasy to fantasy and they're expecting the same kind of content. And I'm like, but it's not the same genre. It's really not. It's its own thing. And then you have to look at the age range again too. It's like, okay, I'm sorry that, you know, I can't even think of any YA books that are comparable to a romantasy. Like, I can only think of Fourth Wing, and that's like, How Does Shape a Dragon's Breath is not comparable to Fourth Wing, other than there are dragons in that book and there's some romance in there.
Right.
But the content of the book is not the same, and the characters aren't the same. They're not just, they're separate things, and the age range is different too. So mind the space that you're in.
It's also interesting though what comes to Shape the Dragon's Breath, because that's one of the books I'm just like, wait, is it young adult or is it adult?
I don't know. I have no idea if that book is or not.
because it's Del Rey, which is an adult imprint under Penguin. So I'm just like, it's adult.
But the characters though are
younger.
Young. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like 15-ish, I think. Or is there 16? Wait, did you say something, Dana? I think you froze a bit. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
The line blurs.
Right. As a 19-year-old real. Yes. Yes.
It doesn't go away. It doesn't stop.
Nope. Stardew Valley. Yeah, one of them games. Yeah, playing something you already know and are familiar with, comfortable is a good idea to concentrate. Might give that a try. Yeah.
Yep.
Just something that like doesn't require too much brain power that you feel like you're splitting your attention. Because then you'll start missing things.
Yes. Don't play Baldur's Gate and try to read a book, as I learned last night. Don't do that. Splits your attention too much.
Just look at the audiobook of Wind and Truth. Right, the new Stormlight book. 62 hours and that's a 63-hour long audiobook. A whole work week.
I don't have time. Sorry, I don't have time.
I truly wonder about people who read the Stormlight Archive by Brandon Sanderson. And this is supposed to be like what, the first, I don't know, is it acts or first era? These 5 books are just the first era or something of this Stormlight Archive. And I'm just like, y'all want to be rereading these thick books that are over 1,000 pages each?
I've got some thoughts on Sanderson, but also just like I don't understand for how any author can turn out that many books in a year and have the books be good quality.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a personal thing. Like I'm very like I don't understand how because I'm curious. Like how do you do that? Because that would kill me.
Yeah.
Books of that length. Like a 62-hour book and you're writing multiple books a year is crazy. That is bananas to me. Like I can barely sit down and get my Dungeons and Dragons session out every other week. and that's like 3 hours tops. I don't understand.
Yeah, Garuba and I, we're like, huh? Like, what business does the book have? That's my question. That is my question. For any Sanderson fans, my question. Why is this book this long? Do y'all think it's that necessary? Do y'all truly believe it is necessary to have these books be over 1,000 pages? We couldn't make it 500 pages.
Like
600.
I think my story graph is like you read books between this many pages, and I think my max like page number is maybe just under 500. And I can't think of any books I've read this year that are that long.
Have I read? Let's see. Let me check actually, because I have my story graph up. What books that I have that are that long?
Yeah, I'm really trying to think. I'm like, did I really read a book that was 499 pages? I don't think so.
Oh, it says here on my story graph, I have 4 books that are over 500 pages. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, The Jasmine Throne, it's over 500. Court of Wanderers, which is the sequel to Silver Under Nightfall. And I did reread Jade City physically. And then I read an arc that was 500 pages. Yeah, that sounds about right. But that's it, though, I think, physically at least. Anything else? Audiobooks. So, yeah, but then the audiobook is different. But yeah, as far as physically, 500 pages, yeah, or even digitally, I rarely pick those books up because it's a lot of commitment.
I'm looking. I think like the longest books, like just under 400 pages or just under 15 hours, and that would be the first 2, Ember and the Ashes. They're like 14 hours, give or take. I don't know. I guess there's also like, does it feel like you're reading that long? Does it feel that long? Is another thing. Like Ember and the Ashes does not feel 14 hours to me.
Right.
So I guess that also might play into it.
2 times speed is still almost 2 days long. No, seriously. Like, are y'all speeding this thing up at like 2.5 times speed?
Yeah, mine's on typically. I don't do 2 times usually. I do 1.75.
Yeah.
At most. I can sometimes go faster if I need to. but I'm comfortable at 1.75. Sometimes I slow it down. Like I listen to Sabatir's books at like 1.45. And that was because I wanted to take my time with that one.
Right.
And I was still flying through it because it's so captivating, engaging.
Yeah. For me, I think the only way I can speed up an audiobook to even 2 times speed is that if I'm reading like a middle grade. Like young adult and especially adult books, I'm like 1.75, maybe 1.8, depending on the genre and the writing style. But it's rare for me to go 2 times speed because I'm just like, that's really fast for my brain.
It's really fast. And for me, usually I'll say if I'm doing 2 times speed, it's typically if I'm trying to finish a book. Because I remember doing that with what's the author? I don't remember. The vampire book.
What's the vampire book about? Maybe I can help you here.
Orange County Vampire.
Orange County. The Southern
Book
Club's Guide by Grady
Like oranges. There's oranges on the cover.
Yeah, the Southern Book Club's Guide to
Slaying Vampires.
Yeah.
I 2 times speed the last 3 hours of that book. So I was like, I'm not DNFing. I've got 3 hours.
She's like, I'm finished this book today.
So I put it on 2 times speed and just it's driving me nuts because I was like, I'm not DNFing. I refuse. I'm almost done with it. Ugh.
Oh gosh. I think that's on brand for cis white male authors, though. I've heard King Rush Superlum books. You know what? You're right. You are right. You onto something here because I swear I've been seeing it happen more so with the white cis male authors. They be doing that, and I'm just like, I need you to stop that, please. Please stop.
Stephen King does do that, and as an ex Stephen King reader, a lot of his books don't need to be that long at all. Like, and I say I have issues with a lot of his books. Don't think they're really problematic. They're not books that I recommend people read. I did like the It book. I thought like a lot of that was really good. Didn't need to be that big. No, dude, edit your book. He's one of the authors that it kills me that he is extremely problematic because he does have good bits of writing that are very effective. But I'm like, dude, do you really have to keep using indigenous culture and people as your like not plot hook, but like your horror is all like the few books I've read by him are all steal from culture that's not his. And I'm like, stop it. Once about a book that was written in the 70s, I'm like, okay, 2, 3 times? Stop it. Stop. No.
Please, no.
Knock it off.
I need to watch more holiday themed movies this month. Rewatch the Eloise at the Plaza. I want to watch Klaus. Yes, Klaus.
That's one of my favorite modern Christmas movies. Angeline, I have a whole letterbox. If you want me to, I can post it on my Instagram, but or wherever I can send it to Nietzsche's. And you can post it if you want. But it's all Christmas movies, or movies that are like Christmas movies to me. Like, is The Holdovers technically a Christmas movie? I don't know.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
It came out last year. If you like Dead Poet Society, you would like that one.
I haven't seen Dead Poet Society either.
I'll be fair, that is a very white movie. It's a very white, like all white cast movie, but The Holdovers is very cute. It's about basically it's set in the 70s and at a prep school or like a boarding school, and a group of kids don't go home for the holidays because their parents don't want them to, or something happens, they have to stay. They're the holdovers at the school. All of them but one get to leave, and it follows the teacher who has to work there that winter, the kid who's there, and the school cook. And their kind of unlikely friendship. It's very sweet. It takes place during Christmas time, so is it a Christmas movie?
Technically, no, but it takes place. It's a movie that takes place during Christmas, so I will count that in the sphere and the Venn diagram things of Christmas movies.
Yeah,
I'll count it.
The Last Holiday with Queen Latifah, The Holiday with Cameron Diaz and Kate Winslet. I just watched those twice yesterday. Love those movies.
I was actually thinking about, I was like, oh yeah, it's the time to watch Christmas. So yeah, I definitely want to rewatch Klaus.
I love that movie.
But since also though we're talking about like a Netflix film though, I do recommend Jingle Jangle: A Christmas Journey, because that one is like a musical one, but it's like a black musical though. I'm like, yes, okay.
I think that's I'm gonna check. I think that's on my list of ones to watch this next week.
Yes, I highly recommend Jingle. Hold on, let me actually get the poster up so people know what I'm talking about.
Yes, this one looks so cute.
Jingle Jangle, there it is. Yeah, it came out. Yes. Oh my gosh, the costuming and the songs. Let's see if I can find a better. We'll just use this. Okay, share screen. Please work with me. Jingle Jangle. Okay, so I'm trying to find the best, but
yes,
there we go. Yeah, so there's that. Here's like the poster. If it's a little bit blurry, but y'all get the general idea.
It's on Netflix. Really cute. Well, now that I know it's good, I'm definitely gonna watch it.
Yes, and the songs are so good. I love the soundtrack. It's just yes, and the characters are very endearing. I also really like the messaging. I also like on how they deal with like the villain and stuff. It's good. I recommend it. It's also on Netflix with Klaus, so recommend that one.
Okay, well now I see if that movie makes me cry like Klaus did. I'm gonna love it for sure.
It's definitely a sweet movie. I mean, you probably could cry actually. It has emotional moments. You could.
Oh no.
Nat, hello. We were talking about you a while ago about our buddy read for the Jasmine Throne. But yes, hello. Thank you for joining us. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Had my cup of coffee. I've eaten some cookies. Doing good.
Yes. I've seen lots of videos recommending Kobo over Kindle. True. I have been seeing more of those videos.
Which I like that people have alternatives. Because I didn't know about the Kobo until I was talking with Gigi about it. Because I was asking him, like, what do you use to read on? Because I was using my dad's old Kindle that he no longer used. And it was like the battery life was like so bad. Because it was very old and it didn't hold a charge. And they were like, use a Kobo. Especially, again, the main thing for me was I didn't want to be spending money on Amazon if I could kind of help cut back on that a little bit. So, yeah.
And also, though, not only have I been seeing videos with Kobo over Kindle, I've also been seeing people saying goodbye to Goodreads videos. And I'm like, yes, thank you. Come. Now, some put in, like, we're going to Storygraph. Some say Fable or other apps. I'm like, fine.
I don't know about Fable.
Yeah. It's more like a place where people host book clubs, but also it's a place now where you can, like, track your reading. And you can track TV shows you've been watching, too.
Ooh. I don't watch enough TV to do that.
Yeah.
I watch the same thing over and over again.
Yes. But yeah, I'm very much excited. I was like, yes, leave the grimy hands of Goodreads. Please leave it alone.
I have a Goodreads account. I literally only use it because one of the PR groups that I use, I don't do a lot of their books anymore just because they're not publishing books I'm as interested in. They want to book the reviews for arcs on Goodreads. So that's the only reason I have mine. I don't use it. I don't even know what my login is for Goodreads. But I love Storygraph. I like putting in my progress and seeing it click. I love that. It makes me happy.
Yes.
Like, I jumped from 40% to 60%.
Yes.
Satisfying.
Very, very satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
I think trigger warning and content warning is a better way to categorize books, I think, than using age range.
I mean, I think, I don't know. For me, I look at it because, again, it falls into censorship, and I don't ever want to sound like one of those psycho parents who are like, ban books. What do you do? No one should have access to this book. I like looking at books, the age range and content warning as a mix. And think of them as like movie ratings. I think there are a lot of adult books that the rating is like a G rated, like the content in the book is an adult book, but it's like a G rated movie. There's nothing in that book that I would be like, that's potentially triggering or stressful for someone to read. I would give it to a child to read. And then there's, some children's books that I would not recommend to other, or, young adult or middle grade books I wouldn't recommend to certain people because of the content in the book. So I think people just need to look at both together.
Right.
And it also falls under like parents not parenting kids. And then that's a whole other discussion of,
Oh my
because
gosh.
I was talking with Ayana on in Gigi in a group chat. We were discussing like, did your parents monitor what you read growing up, or like how involved were they? And I was like, my mom didn't monitor what I read. She would see what I was reading because she would take me to the library, or she would be the one buying my books. But she was always like, hey, what is appropriate, what I think is appropriate for you to read. And she trusted that I would not read the book. Now, she might not necessarily do that with my brother. You know what I mean? Like, but that was just the individual. But she was always engaged with, I think that also comes from, I would talk about my books with her all the time anyway. But it's like, yeah, did your parents monitor what you read? And I was like, yeah, they keep track. They monitored what I watched for sure. Like, I didn't watch anything really without them knowing what I was engaging on. And that's harder now because internet access everywhere. Yeah, does not engage parents. I think, I guess also like a lot of books with like content warnings or trigger warnings that I think are like, I might still give it to a younger reader. I'm like, it all revolves around like, I wish there was a way to guarantee they had someone to talk about it with.
Yeah,
like I want them to engage with the book in a way that's going to help them, like there are some books that are darker, but they're good to read and have a conversation about.
Yeah.
But not everyone's getting that, and that kills me.
I think that actually is actually, Dana, you did hit something here, is that like when it comes to media, it doesn't matter if it's a book, a TV show, or a movie. It's best to engage with that with other people.
Yeah.
It's something to discuss, because it's one thing to read something that's dark, but if you read something dark with other people, like a buddy read, a book club, or something just with another person, then maybe it won't be as hard to engage with.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter how dark it is, but as long as you're not doing it by yourself, I think that's helpful.
There's less of not less of, but more of a chance to share some of the pain maybe of what you're reading. Like when I was reading a lot of books on Palestine, I read the 100 Years War in Palestine, and I had a friend who was reading it around the same time and discussing that with them and learning, and because they are Arab and Muslim, and talking with them about the book helped a lot of digesting what I was consuming of the content, and didn't make it easier, but it was less of a, I don't want to say burden, but the pain was a little less because they're sharing with other one. Community.
Yeah.
Community. It's important. That's one of the things I'm most grateful, like on Bookstagram, to have people who sometimes even call me out, or call me in and like, hey, let's engage on why you didn't like that as much. That might be something that I need to check myself on. And I love that. Of like hearing them, like, I wouldn't have thought about it that way. My experiences are completely different than other people. So.
Yeah. Using the Kobo app on my iPad, considering getting a Kobo because I like it for reading ARCs. I don't love ARCs on my iPad or laptop, but I do have the Kobo. So do I need a Kobo?
I like ARCs on Kobo. That's the main reason I got mine, was because I hate reading ARCs on my laptop. It's such a pain. And reading on my phone, disastrous. But the Kobo I really, really like. It's really light, and you don't get distracted. They fit really nicely. Like this, you can like the sizing and all of that's really nice for print. I haven't tried audiobooks with my Kobo because I think the only way you can listen to audiobooks, don't quote me on this because I could be wrong, is by buying on the Kobo store. I haven't been able to check out audiobooks on mine from the library. I don't know if that's just me not knowing how to use technology, which is possible, but I like it for ARCs a lot.
Yeah, because actually that's why I even got like the Kindle Paperwhite, is because I wanted to request more ARCs, but then I couldn't request ARCs and be like reading on my phone because I didn't own an iPad. I had to borrow an iPad from my siblings, but they use their iPad to draw as well. And I'm just like, I don't want to keep asking to borrow their iPad for a long period of time.
I was using my mom's.
Right.
I was using my mom's iPad.
Yeah. So I got like the Kindle Paperwhite because it just helped. And also there's a setting for like the brightness because I'm also light sensitive as well. So I needed the brightness to be there. So yeah, but I do think though, especially for you, Nat, when you want to like read ARCs and things, I think maybe investing on a Kobo might be worth the investment.
Even the cheaper one, again, I don't know if you do a lot of audiobooks, Nat, but even if you just do the Clara Color, which is like one of the cheaper ones, worth it. Just for the physical, well, not physical, but like the print e-ARCs is very nice. I got mine in color because I do a lot of graphic novels, so I wanted to have them in color. Yeah, that's nice. I was surprised by how dainty it is. It's so light.
I do wonder though, because with the Kindle, it does connect to like Audible, and that's why I never listened to like an audiobook on this thing because I'm like, I don't want Audible at all. I already have Libby. So I'm just like, I don't even know how you would listen to an audiobook on a Kindle or even a Kobo. Like, how does that work? Like, where does the sound come from?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing, is like, I'm tempted to eventually get an audiobook from the Kobo store. But it could just be me. I'm not the most tech savvy person in the world, so I had to Google how to get e-ARCs on this figured out.
Me too.
But once I figured it out, I'm good. I figured it out.
You're right.
I got it. But yeah.
Read Sherlock Holmes when I was in high school, and their books I can recommend to younger readers.
Yeah,
I could see that.
I think it's a blend of age range and content is something that's just key to. If you have to look at it just critically, like. Yeah, again, like I feel like Hell Followed With Us, even Compound Fracture, his Andrew Joseph White's newest one. They're very different in terms of content. There's some overlap. I could recommend them to a high schooler because they could read it and understand it and relate, but it depends on the high schooler. So I'm not going to hand this book over to somebody who has a religious trauma that they are not ready to unpack yet. I'm not going to hand it to them because it's not going to help. It's not going to be good for them. So I think it's just a mix of both.
Yeah.
And that's why I love librarians. I love anyone who works at a bookstore who are amazing and they help. That's their, they're there for, to be like, hey, just because this is, your age, let's talk about this book. Let's figure it out.
Right.
I love librarians.
Yes. I read Get a Life, Chloe Brown one day yesterday.
It was good. I like that one. I haven't read the rest of the series because I don't know if I'll like them as much as I liked Chloe Brown. But I'm biased because that was one of the first books I've read that had disability rep in a romance book that fit my disability.
Oh.
So I was reading it because we don't have the same disability, me and Chloe,
right. Okay.
but a lot of overlap in terms of symptoms and stuff like that. And I was reading it and I was like, I don't really cry over books as much. I cry over movies all the time. But I was like tearing up because I had not ever read a romance book where I was like, hey, I can see myself in that. And it was just chef's kiss. Very good.
The one with Eve Brown sounds hella chaotic.
Yeah, that's Eve though. That's just Eve. I think that's her character.
I actually really should check out the Brown sisters. I haven't read them yet.
I've heard good things. I think, but I also read the Highly Suspicious. that's the best one. Nothing's gonna top it. I'm so sorry. I don't know if she could ever write another book that's as good as that.
Maybe she writes another YA contemporary romance.
I would read it. She wrote, good example of writing for young adult, but not dumbing down young adult content. I thought it was very good.
Yeah. Yeah, BG3 is a book
Baldur's
in of itself.
Yeah. Don't. I was like trying to listen to a book yesterday and play it, and I was like, I don't know what was happening on either one of the ends of what I was doing. So I put the book away and just played. That's why I was up till 2:30 last night.
I
didn't realize I looked at the time and I was like, it was just 10 o'clock.
Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, it's the first arc. Oh right, the Starlight Archive. So it's the first arc of the Starlight Archive, which I'm just like, wait. So then, how many arcs are there? The more I think about it, I'm just
too many.
Yeah, I don't know. As a fantasy reader, I have not read a single Brandon Sanderson book. I've heard of all of his books. I have no interest because there's just something about his stories never really intrigued me.
Well, I was just talking with my friend Libra about Brandon Sanderson because she's reading a different book and it mentioned him in the book. Mm-hmm. But I was just saying how the only time I think I would ever read a Brandon Sanderson book is because he finished the Eye of the World, Wheel of Time book series. He finished the last couple because the author passed away. And so he never finished the series. So Brandon Sanderson came in and finished it. That's the only way I think you could get me to read a Brandon Sanderson book if I ever finish that series.
Right.
That series is like 8 books, and I don't know if I can commit to 8 books in a series of like 300 plus pages. I don't know if I have the time for that.
Right.
A white cis man author strikes again. I don't know if I have time.
I'm reading Sanderson chronologically. I like his world building, but his prose is mediocre.
That's what I've heard, and that's the thing too. Yeah. I think I hate when there's nuggets of good in authors stuff, and then I'm like, but I don't want to read the rest. But I like your world. Yeah. That's how I feel with Wheel of Time. I don't know if I want to keep reading that series, but I like the world. I think it's really clever. But do I have 8 books in me? I don't know. It's a lot of time.
Yeah. Even though his magic systems are very cool, which I've heard. I know it's absolutely not necessary to be that long. Thank you, Melissa, for the confirmation. Because I just don't think these.
I want to hear. I want to hear about the series from you, Melissa, what you think about it as you keep reading. I'm curious.
That's actually the only reason why I'm even bothering with like when anyone ever talks about it, because I'm just like, look, I want to know from the fans, is this worth it? Because if it's not worth it, I'm like, well, if it ends up be worth it, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's good. All right. I guess y'all happy.
Yeah. I also just can't support him financially because of his religion. I'm like, I can't give you my money. I'm so sorry. But cheers.
There was a time I was interested in Sanderson, and over the years that interest went down to 0.
Sanderson to me is like, I think he's easy for a lot of readers to get started with because he's so readily available. It's very much like Stephen King level of like easy to grab onto and digest. Same with what's his name?
James Patterson,
because his books are everywhere. He's got like 1,000 different genres that I feel like at one point it's easy to have them on your TBR or to read their stuff because they're just kind of everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. And then you have novellas that are that's where we're talking about novellas. Yeah, so impactful. Yes, you need to check out P.J. Clark's book. I've been reading P.J. Clark. I love me some P.J. Clark. Okay, what have I read? I've read his newest one, the Dead Cattail Assassins. I got an arc of it, and I really enjoyed it. Definitely recommend. Ring Shout. I've read the Black God's Drums. Master of Jin.
Ring Shout. Okay, that's been on my TBR forever and ever and ever.
Oh gosh, I really enjoyed that one. It's not a novella, even though it kind of is, but it's a really long novella. It's like a little bit over 180 pages, so it's close to 200 pages. So with his novellas, he writes a little bit on the long side, except for I think the Black God's Drums. I think that's more novella-ish, but like Ring Shout, It was really good. The main characters are great.
It's been on my TBR for. I really do need to. I think I was gonna read it for Halloween this year, like October, and I didn't read much at all in October. Ended up just that was when I had all my migraines, and I was like, one book this month is good.
Yeah, the thing too, the Ring Show is also like kind of a heavy read because again, we're dealing with like the KKK being turned into monsters, and that is horrifying. I was like, oh my gosh, man!
You already take monstrous, evil people and you make them into monsters. Love that.
But also, though, the main character hunts the monsters, though. So I'm like, okay, well.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, if you like that, you're gonna love Stephen Graham Jones's new book, Buffalo Hunter. You'll love it. Same kind of premise. It's every time I pick up one of his books, I'm like scared that it's gonna be the book that I hate. Like that it's gonna catch up. Has yet to happen. I feel like even the books I don't love by him, I'm like, that was good. Didn't love it, but it was good. But I think Buffalo Hunter was my favorite that he's written. So yeah, if you like the evil people being hunted, yeah.
Because that is something about Stephen Graham Jones I have heard is that, at least for some people, he's a hit or miss. So for me, I was worried because I have not read his work. So I was like, I wasn't sure. I was like, which one will be the hit or the miss? It would be that, or would I love everything? Or maybe he's just not an author for me. I didn't want that to happen.
I guess he's hard for me to like pin down and like, I recommend his books, but he's not for everyone. Like his writing, I would say, is very meandering at times, especially My Heart is a Chainsaw. This whole series, I almost DNF'd this book, and I got it on audiobook, and that saved it for me because I could listen. But he's one of those authors, like there's going to be a part in any one of his books where you're going to be like, what the hell is going on? I don't know what's happening. You just have to sit there and listen to it and just keep going because you'll get there. But yeah, I feel like he's someone you either really, really, really love or you're like, eh. But I think Buffalo Hunter is his strongest one.
Okay. So now I was right then and waiting, like, okay, let me read this one. Yeah,
I think that one, I've not ever finished Only Good Indians. I had a hard time getting into the physical copy of that one. I need to go back on audio. But I would definitely say next year when Buffalo Hunter comes out, that one's very good. And his other one, he wrote a shorter one. I Was a Teenage Slasher.
Yes, that came out.
That one's also that one is very fun. And kind of, it sounds like kind of silly.
I mean,
out there. Yeah. But I like that one a lot. That was good. Yeah. I would love to meet him. He's one of those authors that I feel like he'd be very fun to hang out with.
Yeah, I would think so. I
want to meet him one day.
Oh yeah, P.J. Clark's book, less than 300 pages. Yeah. Except for A Master of Gin. That's the only one that's like over 400 pages because it's like the first book in the Dead Gin universe, and it's like prequel novellas, short stories that I haven't read. I actually should read The Haunting of Tramcar 015. I should read that one. I need to read those, but I also want him to expand more with like more sequels in that world because that Master of Gin, that's my favorite P.J. Clark book. That was so good, so good. Ring Show, yes.
All right, I'm gonna have to bring that one up on my TBR after I finish my current audiobook.
Yes, so good. I also really like Victor Laval. Yes, I haven't read much of Victor Laval. I think the only thing I actually read was actually a graphic novel that I didn't quite enjoy. It's The Destroyer. I read that one this year. I didn't really like it as much, but I'll read more of like more novels from him though. I know he has 3. I think The Changeling. Oh wait, no, I read the Ballad of Black Tom. Never mind, I read that book. I liked it. And then he had Lone Women that came out last year. Yeah. Ooh.
Okay. His covers are super cool.
True. He does got some really, really good covers. Nevo, yep. All our books, novellas. At least the Singing Hill cycle are, except and then like Siren Queen, Chosen the Beautiful, City in Glass are like short novels, like less than 250 pages. And next year, I do know Don't Let This, what was it called? Don't the Dead. Hold up. Where's my what's this book called? I need to find. Hold up. I literally have a video coming out in like Tuesday about anticipated releases. So I'm just like, what is this book called? Don't Sleep with the Dead. Yes, that comes out in April.
She wrote The Siren Queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's also, again, I always say it, also on my TBR.
Yep. I need to read it actually. And I really want to read The Chosen the Beautiful, because Don't Sleep with the Dead is a companion novel that's in the same world, follows the same characters of The Chosen the Beautiful. And I really want to read that. And that's also a Great Gatsby retelling, which I did enjoy reading in high school.
You're the opposite experience of me.
Oh, you didn't like The Great Gatsby? Dang.
I didn't like it.
Dang. I feel a little bit biased though, because like my teacher who was teaching the book and reading it with us, The Great Gatsby was literally her favorite. Like I can't remember, she had a tattoo of like either the first line or the last line of the book on her arm.
Okay.
And also cool. F. Scott Fitzgerald is also a local author of Minnesota, like specifically St. Paul. So like he's a local author, so there's a little bit of a bias.
I just remember reading it and getting to the end, and I was so mad.
Yeah, that ending was a little confusing for me.
I also read it by myself. Because that's when I was doing all my school at home, because I was like my health was bad. So maybe that was not the best experience. I got to the end and I remember like chucking the book across the couch. I was like, what? Are you kidding?
Oh gosh. Yeah, that book was I definitely enjoyed reading that book in an English classroom than if I were to read it by myself. I don't think
the discussions are good, I feel like.
Yes.
Maybe that's one of those books, if I read it again and I bounced it off people. Maybe the same with Shakespeare. I feel like if I read some Shakespeare with other people, I might enjoy it a little bit more. Because the two that I read in school, did not care for.
Wait, which ones did you read in school?
I did Midsummer's Night Dream.
Mm-hmm.
Did not care for that one. And then I read Romeo and Juliet.
Right.
Did not care for that one. I read one more. I don't remember what it was. I do want to read Hamlet, because I read Hamnet. I would like to read Hamlet eventually. But I remember Midsummer's Night Dream, and I was like, I feel like I just had a fever dream. Like, I feel like I felt like I was going crazy kind of reading it. I was like,
oh my gosh, that play. I read that one in, what was I in? I was in 8th grade. And I remember this because I don't know why we did this, but we had an assignment, like a group project, where we were to enact a scene, like line by line of the Midsummer Night's Dream, but we can make it like maybe a more modern version of it. Basically, I do enjoy doing that, but it was weird, and we watched a film adaptation of it as well, and it was not an adaptation. I think it was like a film version of the play.
Yeah,
it was that play is weird. It is a fever dream.
I remember finishing it in class. Like, we all read it together, and getting to the end, and I was like, I feel like I hallucinated the last hour and a half of this class. I just felt kind of like, okay, now what? Like, what am I supposed to, because I felt like I was supposed to analyze and break things apart with it, but there's nothing to really do that with.
It was just a weird play that I guess Shakespeare had a fun time with, I guess. I'm assuming.
Strange. I guess you can do whatever you want when you're Shakespeare.
I guess. But I do recommend Hamlet, though. I read that one. Wait, was I freshman or a sophomore? Freshman year. I remember. I read that the same year as Romeo and Juliet, and I preferred Hamlet over Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet, I wonder again if I had read it with a discussion, or read it maybe with more historical context around it, if I would have enjoyed it a little bit more. But I just felt, again, like the very stereotypical. I was like, okay, he went to the party to find someone else that he was in love with, and he went home with her. I'm confused. I'm like, okay, 16. He's 16. 16 years old. 16 years old.
I think.
Gotta channel the mind. Maybe. He's young. She's like 13, and he's like, I don't know. But I was like, all right, cool. Couldn't be me. I don't know. Finding it really hard to relate to that level of romantic attraction, I guess.
Right.
Of knowing someone for less than a week. No, well.
Can't wait to reread
Ember in the Ashes?
Yeah.
That one? Is that it? Did I get it?
I think.
Yeah.
And Ember in the... Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. That's the only guess I have.
I think, yeah, it fits. And I plan to read that series next year as well. So
yeah. I want to hear what you think about it.
2 times speed is comfortable. All right.
I respect you.
You're right.
I respect you.
Yep. Anything slower than what? Same. I can't go less than 1.5.
I can do. Slow. I'm listening to one book at 1.25, but I usually go up. Like as I'm listening, I'll turn it up faster. It's just so I can get the cadence and the characters from the narrator, and then eventually I go up. Unless I have an accent.
Right.
Sometimes I'll listen to an audiobook and I'm like, I can't possibly know what you're saying with your very thick British accent at 1.5.
I hate read books at 2 times speed. Yeah. Even though I knew the end was such a phenomenal audiobook, I wish you could listen to it again for the first time. I liked the audiobook. I wasn't quite a super big fan of the book itself, but it was a solid enough audiobook. I would recommend it. I think cis white male authors have Leo Tolstoy to play for their unnecessary. Well. Yeah, because like, wait, what books did he read?
He wrote Anna Karenina? Or am I wrong?
I think so. Yes, he did that one. Did he wrote War and Peace? Because that was a long book.
I have no idea. Hey, one time I got 50% into Anna Karenina, and then I never finished it. Look, I'll say this: it wasn't bad for a classic. It wasn't bad. I thought it was interesting. Not interesting enough to finish it though, because I still had like 500 pages left at 50%. I've got other books to read.
Like seriously,
I'm sorry, I don't have time. Sorry, Leo. I'm so sorry.
Who's the author? Right, of even though I knew the end, it's C.L. Polk, if I remember correctly. Love Dead Poets Society, The Holders is on my watch list. Well, I'll add it to my watch list as well.
Dead Poets Society, trigger warning, suicide. As a spoiler, so I'm not gonna say who, but it's like a big part of the movie. Just so you know.
Okay.
It's a very good movie. I think a lot of readers enjoy that movie because it's literally about an English teacher teaching students how to love poetry. It has Robin Williams in it, so.
Oh, there you go.
But Holdovers is just good. I just thought it was very, very endearing, I think is the right word for it.
Okay. Oh, yes, I was right. It is C.L. Polk. Jangle Jangle. Yes. I need more people to watch it.
I'm going to watch that this week and report back.
Please do. I think I cried when I watched it. I was feeling emotional. I didn't cry, but I felt emotional when I watched it the first time. It's so easy to make me cry, though. Look, it is what it is. Box is good, but super expensive, and battery life is not that great either.
Okay.
Love being able to read on multiple apps. Yeah. Every time I open Fable, I get overwhelmed. I don't know why, but I'm in love with Storygraph.
I'm gonna look it up. I've never even looked.
Yeah, it is interesting the app interface and stuff, because like there's the main part where you can find like book clubs, but it also kind of has like the status updatey kind of interface at first, and then there's a section for like if you want to find specific book clubs and the book clubs you're already a part of, and then there's a part where you can track your reading, books you want to read, currently reading, reviews, and then same thing with TV shows. I'm not sure about reviewing TV shows though. I mean, maybe you could if you're like in a club that does watching shows and stuff, but it's interesting it's only just TV shows and not movies.
Well, because I think that's an interesting companion to like Letterboxd, because I feel like Letterboxd is, I don't think you can do a lot of TV shows on Letterboxd.
I don't think you can do any TV shows.
Well, I've seen a couple, but the way that they format it it's strange. I don't know. I don't
So I know for sure movies. But
yeah.
TV shows is where I'm just like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, same. I have book clubs on Fable, but I forgot the app exists because I mostly use Storygraph. Yeah, Storygraph's just straightforward to use. Don't have a lot of bells and whistles. Yeah. And that's the thing I really do appreciate.
Yeah. I can go in there, put my review, and I'm done.
Yeah. And if I want to see other people's updates, there's a specific tab that says community, and I can see if people finished, started, DNF'd, rated, reviewed a book. I'm like, yes, thank you. Let's make it simple. And I don't, and then that way there's no option for people to comment on it because I don't like when Goodreads do that. I'm like, no, I don't want people commenting on the fact that I just started reading this book or whatever. Just hard.
Also, the only thing I wish they would do on Goodreads, on Storygraph is like images. Because sometimes I just need to put a GIF in there. You know, sometimes I just have to put one of my memes as the review. Sometimes that's all I can say.
Yeah.
What do you mean I can't put my raccoon meme in there as the response for my review?
Right, the raccoon that's like,
what do you mean I can't just put that in there? Put an image description of the raccoon.
Yeah, I think I'm going to save it for a Kobo for the arts. I think that'll help a lot. Thanks for the tips. Yeah, definitely going for the color. Yeah.
And I can send you a video. I don't remember who it is off the top of my head. They did a breakdown comparison of Kobo versus a Kindle and what they do and don't like about both.
Wait, I think I've seen that video. Is it from Tammy?
Is it Tammy? It might be
because I know she made a video either last year or 2 years ago about like Kobo and Kindle and just e-readers in general.
It might be Tammy. Let me look. Because I watched a couple, and maybe Tammy's might be the one that I'm thinking of. Nope, I cannot type. Oh my god. It is Tammy. Okay. Yeah, I can send that one to you, Nat, if you haven't seen it. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. It was really helpful in me figuring it out. Which one?
The thing with Audible and Amazon, though, is I like their Whisper Sync feature, especially when doing blended reads. Whisper Sync. I did not know that's a feature. I never done that feature.
I've only used Audible a little bit. I've had a couple friends gift me books on there because it's really easy to purchase books for other people. But yeah, I've never. Because I don't read a lot of ebooks that aren't arcs.
Danny Brown is my favorite romance in the series. Eve Brown was my favorite disability rep because I learned about neurodivergence as an adult. And I think that's the first time I've seen that in a book.
Is Eve the third one? I think Eve's is the third one.
Chloe, Danny. Yeah, Eve is the third one.
So I haven't read Eve's yet, but based off of the synopsis, I was like, I want to read that one. Oh, like really badly. She seems like a character I would like to hang out with. She seems fun.
I should put that romance series in my series TBR.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I spent like 20 minutes moving Jane Patterson books at work one day, and that's added to the list of things that annoys me. Oh, right, because Nat started working at the new Barnes & Noble closest to them.
Nat has had enough.
Yeah, so they're like, I don't want to be hauling all these books.
I never want to see this white man again.
Because why does he have so many books?
He literally doesn't even write the majority of his books.
Seriously?
Yeah, he has ghostwriters, or he co-authors with other people, but he doesn't write them. The other people write them, and he puts his name on them. Allegedly. I saw that somewhere, and I'm pretty sure it's true. But with the amount
of books that be coming out, it gotta be some sort of a ghostwriter. Because why are you writing that many books? Elizabeth Sanderson.
That's what I'm saying about Brandon Sanderson. There has to be something going on.
Because how?
connecting the dots. I've connected the dots.
Where's the red string? Where's our pins? Where's the cork board? Where's all that stuff?
I've connected the dots. You haven't connected shit. I've connected them. That's me. That's my conspiracy theories. Like, I don't think there's nothing bad about having ghostwriters. Like,
right.
Like, sure, but also, like, come on, be real. 3 to 4 500-page books a year? No way. No way.
Unless you just eat, breathe.
You don't do anything else?
Maybe he just writes.
I can't be healthy.
Nah.
And if that's the case, I'm like suspicious of you as a person. Watch some TV.
I don't know. Engage with other media or something.
Watch a movie.
Please. Well, it started Wheel Time a few years ago, but I didn't care for the characters. I found it boring. But
look, cool. I will say, the main character, the main character in Wheel of Time, shut up. Can't stand that man. Ugh, he's awful, horrible, so annoying. And it is a bit boring. The world is cool. I think that's what it is for me. I love the world. I like the magic system. The side characters are so cool. It's like this one of the series where everyone is cool except for the main guy. And like, yet he is the main guy. And it's such. But then I also have to remember, and I don't like using this excuse for like a lot of books because I feel like it's a cheap way to excuse bad writing. It is an older series. It did come out in the early 90s. So a lot of the main character, a lot of the guy, is very much typical of what you would read in a early 90s white man high fantasy novel. So it just kind of comes with the genre. And so if like you don't want to read it, then you're not gonna enjoy it. Watch the show. The show's good. Does it follow the book? Yeah. But has great actors in it. The acting's good. The world is just really interesting. The magic system's very cool. The side characters, love them to pieces. Main character, not so much. He's very I am the chosen one character. And he's like just like a piece of Wonder Bread compared to like a gourmet sandwich. And I'm like, how do you keep getting these really cool women to fall in love with you? And you are you. I don't understand. I don't get it.
It's like, see the main character's like, dang, you got this baddie. And like, how? Why is this? What does this baddie see in you?
Not even just one baddie, but multiple.
Oh, no.
Like, how? Explain yourself. In the show, it's written in a way where I'm like, okay, I can kind of get it now. Kind of. A little bit more of the book.
At least that's something you can extend to at least the adaptation.
Yeah. But hey, you got is it Daniel Henney who's in the show? I love him. So I'll watch it for him. And Rosamund Pike.
So this is me in the Discworld. I'm overwhelmed with how many books are in the series.
Is that Terry Pratchett?
I don't know. Discworld.
I'm gonna be so impressed if that's Terry Pratchett.
Yeah, Terry Pratchett and Bernard Pearson.
Another white man.
Yep, too many books in a series.
Yeah. Look, Terry Pratchett though is a good author. From the one book I've read by him, he did co-wrote Good Omens. He's got a very whimsical kind of writing that I don't see as much in fantasy anymore. Not that I would read all those books though, because a lot of books.
So Stephen Grant Jones on Star, and I was given a Chuck Tingle book.
Not Chuck Tingle.
It might be Fear Your Gaze, because like I think especially with the audiobook, there's multiple narrators, so he probably is a narrator in that book, or maybe a contributor. I don't know necessarily how that book is structured, but I do know in the audiobook there's like so many authors, so maybe he's a narrator for the audiobook.
Is that like an anthology?
I don't know, actually. I thought it was a singular novel, but I don't No, Very Your Gaze, Chuck. What the? Why did they give me spoilers? I'm not looking for spoilers. Why didn't give that as an option?
Oh, yes, he is a narrator.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
T. Kingfisher is a narrator in that as well.
Oh, and TJ Klune. No. Get him out of here. Wait, let me make sure I have the right author. Wait, hold on, because I get TJ Klune mixed up with somebody else. Hold on. No, I was right. Get TJ Klune out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I get him confused with F.T. Lukens.
Ah.
The initials, like having the first middle name and then your last name. That I don't know why in my head I conflate the two people. And I wanted to make sure I wasn't shaming the wrong person.
Right.
But not TJ Klune. Boo.
Mm-mm. I feel like with school, it can make a difference. Yes.
That's the thing, though, is like I did have a really good English teacher that year. He kind of actually looked like Shakespeare a little bit. It was very funny. He looked like a ginger William Shakespeare.
Oh my god.
He was. I remember him. What was his name? Mr. Nevitt in 8th grade. And I remember, this is how amazing this teacher was. I remember walking into class, AP English, and sitting down, him started talking, and I sat there, and I was like, this is going to be the longest English class ever. Like, the way that he was very, like, dry and slow in the way he talked, and I was like, oh, no. And distinctly remember maybe 3 weeks into the school year, and someone said something in class, and he gave like a really sassy retort back to the student. And the student that he was sassy to looked down and he goes, oh my gosh, you made a joke. And from then on, the funniest teacher ever. And he basically told us, he's like, I was trying to see what kind of class you guys were gonna be. Because he goes, because I teach AP English, I get a lot of classes where the kids don't want to be in this class.
Mm-hmm.
And their parents enrolled them in the class and they don't want to be in here. He's like, I was trying to see which one you guys were, and we were the class that wanted to be there. He was the funnest teacher. We read Flowers for Algernon. I don't know if you ever read that one. It's a short story. Or Algernon. And at the end of the story, at the end of the book, he made us do an in-class debate as the characters on if the characters were right or wrong in the novel. He just had like a way of getting you engaged in the books, but for some reason, even he couldn't make me like Shakespeare. The two that I read, I was like, sorry, Mr. Nevitt, not gonna happen.
And sometimes it's just, it also, Shakespeare has a particular style with his plays that's just like, it's hit or miss, you know? Yeah. It's written in Old English. No one speaks this way. And the kind of stories, it's like,
I mean, that's why I kind of like certain retellings of Shakespeare, because I think, there's some of the stories, I'm sure there are bits and pieces that we could enjoy present day, but books themselves, not really. Or the plays, Hey, at least we got Hamnet out of his books. The modern classic. The book that made me weep for hours.
Yes, the one that I recommend to you. And I was like, yep, I know it's going to make you weep, but hey, I can't be the only one suffering.
Bawled my eyes out. Oh,
there we go. Honestly, didn't care for Hamlet either. It makes sense. I can see it. My favorites were Macbeth and
I want to read that one just for the ghost story.
Yes, and it's also a short one too. It's definitely the shortest of his plays I've read for school, because I've read 4. I've read Hamlet, Macbeth, of course, Romeo and Juliet, and A Midsummer Night's Dream. And then for some reason, I saw a play production of King Lear, even though we've never read the play. It was weird. We literally got like a kind of like a quick Cliff Note version, like just quick summary of what the play is, and we watched the play, and I'm like, huh? We were reading Romeo and Juliet, and then now we're talking about King Lear. What's going on?
Isn't there a play version of that where Ian McKellen is naked? Was that the King Lear play? I'm gonna Google that.
I don't know.
Me just saying random words. Me just lying.
I don't know. All I know is that I felt bamboozled and whiplash for watching a production of King Lear without reading the play first.
I was right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. What an icon. I don't know what that has to do with the story because I've never read or seen King.
Yeah. Macbeth's the only Shakespeare I've read that I loved. The others I hated. Yeah. Yeah. I enjoyed hating on Romeo and Juliet with my friends in my class. You know what?
It's a rite
Honestly.
of passage. It's a rite of passage.
Yes. I love it when it's in a literature class where like it's a book that either everyone loved or everyone hated, and you're just in the group of the majority.
Mm-hmm.
I love the solidarity. It's like, yes, I'm glad I'm not the only one who didn't like the book, or I was like, hey, this book's okay, or maybe I loved it actually. Like I like being in those camps, you know?
There's comfort in being in again community.
Right. Oh, yep, and never the action. So you were right. Yep.
No, you're right. I was like, I feel like I'm notorious for not understanding the abbreviations for a lot of books. So the fact that I knew that one, I was very excited about.
I was eating a sandwich at the time. I wasn't timing it out. Hey.
Was it good, the sandwich?
Right.
I need to eat soon.
The two-show equivalent of Letterboxd is serialized. Oh.
Even though Letterboxd was pissing me off the other day, I normally like the really funny reviews. But they're making fun of the Matilda the musical movie, which is like fine, like you don't have to love the movie. But a lot of the reviews were people being like, "Ew, that's too whimsical. It's Matilda." And they're like, "Ugh, I don't like listening to children sing." I'm like, "Well, then I'm sorry, you're watching Matilda the musical."
Like, did they not know this point of the play, the musical is that we're fun? A child?
Children, multiple children. Cute movie, great, fun movie. I liked it better than the original. Which I didn't have a lot of nostalgia for the original though, so that might be why. But I just thought I was like, Letterboxd. Look, normally I enjoy your sassy, funny reviews, but you guys need to go touch some grass, go enjoy some whimsy. Also, the author of Matilda is very whimsical. Like his books are like he wrote Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Oh,
like his stories are very whimsical. I just thought that was like very funny. I was like, okay, Letterboxd, calm down.
Like, please. Oh yeah, I love that. I'd love that.
Yes, video. I sent it over to you, Nat. Let me know. I hope it helps. And I've talked with Tammy since then. Like I've started following them on Instagram. They're so sweet. Oh my gosh.
Yes, we love Tammy. Let's see,
so
there it is.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, for Shakespeare, I enjoyed The Taming of the Shrew.
I've not read that one.
Me neither. I've heard of it though. But yeah. Eve is the third. Okay.
I thought so.
Oh yeah, just James Patterson. He has like 5 whole shelves. No, I will hate having to shelve 5 whole shelves worth of James Patterson books just for people to just nah.
And like we all know that like being a bestseller doesn't really mean a lot anymore in this day and age. Like if you're talking about like New York Times bestseller, that typically doesn't mean as much anymore. I feel like, but are people really buying his books? I don't think I've ever actually seen someone reading a James Patterson book.
Yeah, even when like not in just the internet books.
Yeah, like
just being outside around like, people. I'm like, huh?
Not even at an airport. I'm curious. I don't know. Maybe they are, and I'm just missing them. Good. They can stay away.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I'm like, that's probably for the best.
Or do I want to help them find better books? That's the.
To be a white male in this world.
Yeah.
If only. Then he had the whole YA. Right, that's right. James Patterson did have a YA imprint and randomly decided not to let any other authors publish under the imprint anymore.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
He did the anti-Rick Riordan imprint thing where he was like, I'm going to be the only person. Not Rick didn't do that, but James Patterson was like, I'm going to make an imprint and only publish my books under this imprint. Even though usually people make imprints to publish multiple people, which
Yeah,
I don't know. He just seems very, I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting, but he just seems very unpleasant. Like he would be a very unpleasant person to have to interact with.
yeah.
Very like stuffy and egotistical. Based off of like interviews and stuff I've read in passing of him.
It does kind of give the vibe a little bit, yeah. Especially with this here. I'm like,
Yeah. Like
no.
if you have that much, I don't know, I just can't fathom having that much what's the word? Like influence and an ability to prop up other authors, and to not do that, it seems just I can't fathom doing that.
And that's why when people see Rick Riordan, they're like, yep, Uncle Rick, because he has the influence and he does platform other authors with his own imprint and things. So,
and people of color too, primarily, who might not get those opportunities from major publishers, because we know how the publishing industry is. So I respect that on a thank you. I mean, I hate that we have to respect that because it should be the bare minimum, but and then we have people like James Patterson, and I'm like, oh yes, that's why.
Yeah,
that would be why we're like this.
Yes, and James Patterson had the audacity to say they're.
Yeah, he was really out here being like, white authors we're not selling as much books because we're being forced out, basically, by people of color. And I'm like, did you not see any of the Goodreads Choice Award winners this year or the last 5 years? James, shut up. Crusty. Ugh.
Gee. Yeah, he gives me an eye twitch. Seriously, that. Like,
Come here.
Oh my gosh. So irritating. Like, dude, just be in a corner and continue not writing these books that are being published under your name. Okay? Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right. Oh, nice doggy. Very cute dog. What's the name of the dog again? What's the name?
That's Thorin.
Thorin, yes.
From The Hobbit. And he said, up. No. He said, come up. And then we got Yeti.
Yes, Yeti. Totally agree. And yes, the show is a slave. I forgot which show this is reference to.
The Wheel of Time.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Right.
Did I ever tell you about that one time we had to do a mock trial for Jesus at what? Oh wow, a mock trial? I did not know this. What one of my friends was like, "Hey, can I play God?" And the teacher just signed and said, "Sure." Oh gosh, the teacher's like, "I don't want to have this discussion, so go ahead." Basically. Oh, sorry, your story about the debate reminded me of that, Dana.
Sorry, I was kicking them out of my room before they started barking. Yeah, no, right. That's basically what we did. It was a mock trial, and we had to. I don't want to spoil the book. I mean, it's been out for like decades, but basically, like the premise is of the story is that the main character is a disabled man. He is mentally disabled, intellectually disabled, and this doctor, from what I remember, or like team, they were giving him. He signed a consent form for a medical trial that would basically boost his intelligence, and so you're following his story in tandem with the experiments that are happening on the mice that they're experimenting with. And at the end of the book, he passes away. as a side effect of the medication. And the debate was like, did he have the mental capacity to sign the consent form as an like with his disability? Did he have the understanding of what he was signing? And we had to do like a whole debate about it. So that really elevated it from like a theoretical story to like making it more real. And that was kind of like the teacher he was, where he didn't want it to just be something that we read and moved on from. He was like, no, we're gonna sit down and we're gonna digest it. He did it that with is it Mouse or Moss? The Mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, the graphic
MAUS.
novel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that as well, where we like you really broke it down what we were reading. He was great. I miss him. I hope he's still teaching, but also I hope that he was able to retire, because he deserves to not ever have to work again. But he was great. He was really fun.
That does sound like a really fun teacher. It reminds me of what was it? What's it called? Because what are they called? Socratic seminars? Yeah, that I did in high school a little bit. But kind of like the debate discussion based things for things we read.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that. I like, again, I'm obviously, we're on booktube and bookstream. We like discussing what we're reading and engaging. And I just felt like, what a good way to get readers to look at what they're reading and not just in a hypothetical.
Right.
But like a tangible kind of thing. So, and not to brag, but my team won. Not to brag.
Right, but
not to brag, but my team won a mock trial in 8th grade.
Oh, this is the answer to the question, but the sandwich is a
beautiful.
Great sandwich.
Yum. I'm gonna come over for lunch, Nat.
Also read the Patterson South. That was just the wait. What do you mean just? Wait, hold up. What do you mean just thriller horror mystery? No. You mean he writes outside of wait?
Yes, he writes fantasy.
I forgot.
He wrote Maximum Ride.
Maximum Ride.
Do you remember that? It was a really popular series for a time. About
I think so.
It was like experiment. It's basically X-Men, but not good.
The only books of his I've read was the Maze Runner series.
Did he write Maze Runner?
Yeah.
What?
I read the three books. So yeah, that's the only of his series I've read. Only books of his I've read, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot he wrote those books. I was like, yeah, I forgot. He doesn't just write thriller horror mysteries. So yeah, he writes dystopians. Yeah, I read that in middle school.
I feel like I'm going crazy. He did. Okay, to be fair though, I never did finish Maze Runner because I couldn't visualize what was happening.
Fair enough.
I liked the first movie. I don't remember anything. The book was just hard for me to visualize what was going on.
It is. Actually, I do remember having a hard time understanding the layout of where things are, of like the maze. But I think it's meant to be that way because you're not supposed to know where things are. But also, it's hard for me as someone who is a visual reader too.
As the reader, though, we should know. We should be able to figure.
Yeah. Again, then I was like in middle school, but still, like I was having trouble. I was like, what's going on now? If you ever watched the movie 10 Things I Hate About You, that was it. Yeah, I've actually heard about it. I heard about 10 Things.
That movie.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I love learning new things. I love that movie.
And speaking of Shakespeare retellings, I did recently read, was it November? Yeah, it was last month. I read Twelfth Night by Alexine Farrell-Fomov.
Oh, was that good?
Yeah, it was really good. Okay, that's like it's basically a retelling of 12th Night.
Yeah, it's on my TBR. The cover looks so adorable.
Oh, it's so good. I really love the way that the author talked about sexism and misogyny and like the gaming fandom community.
Yeah,
I love that bit there. That was
take a shot every time I say it has a cute cover. Just hydrate each time I say that.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I keep forgetting about 10 Things. How About You?
That's a good movie.
Yeah. I noticed him in the fantasy section. Okay, but that could just be my subconscious not wanting to see it. No.
Nat's got their blinders on to James Patterson in the fantasy.
Oh my gosh. We have a small store too, so I hate seeing it take up so much space.
Diabolical.
the fact there's 5 shelves of him, it's like we could literally use that real estate space for any other
Anybody
author.
else. Almost anybody else.
Literally.
Okay, Nat, drop me your location. I'm gonna come, and I know it's work for you, but I'm gonna come rearrange some shelves. Pull out some books and put them in front. I won't do that. It's work for the workers, I know, but
the worst part being a white trans guy, being a white guy.
But you're not like them. It's okay.
It's okay.
You understand though. You understand though what we're saying.
Right.
You can fight it from the inside.
Yeah, glad I don't know that Patterson guy. Yep.
You're fine not knowing. It's all right.
Thorn, sweet baby.
I know.
And Yeti. Yes.
Yes, I kicked him out though, because he was gonna start barking in a minute. Loudmouth.
I was distracted by Drag Back where I heard a shriek. It just was perfectly warranted.
For the dogs? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing teachers are amazing. I still remember the ones from my high school in the early 2010s that they got me into education to begin with.
Yes. Yeah, most of the teachers I really loved ended up being my English teachers. And I think maybe 1 or 2 of my science teachers. They were, and my history teacher. I had in Texas, we had Texas history.
Oh, yeah.
Which that was a lot. But I had the best teacher that year. She was fantastic. She like went out of her way every Friday to host movie night after school for kids who like did not want to have to go home so early. It was amazing. She would have like snacks and like let everyone just hang out in her room. Ugh. Love
that. Sounds awesome. That sounds like one of my IB history teachers when I was like a junior or senior. Yeah, he was also my, I don't know, in high school I went to like a international baccalaureate school, so we always had these IB courses. So like he was also doing like theory of knowledge because for some reason I wanted to do IB diploma. Don't ask me why I did that. I don't know who that person was. If I can go back in time, I'd just be asking my past self, why did you do that? Because that was not worth it. But yeah, he was a really great teacher. I had him for a few classes. He also let me to eat my school lunch and stuff at his classroom, as long as we clean up after ourselves, of course.
I love that.
And wipe things down. So yeah. Hello.
Hello, Ash. Another one of my Discord friends.
Oh, welcome. Hello.
Ash.
No, Maze Runner was written by James Dashner. Was it James Dashner, not James Patterson?
Oh my god, okay.
There's too many James, okay? I could not keep track.
No, you're fine, because I was going to be like, I could not tell you if you were right or wrong, and I was going to be like, if it was James Patterson, I feel tricked.
So it's James Dashner?
Okay.
Is it?
Sure. Okay.
It's a close enough, though, so understandable. Right, it sounds like they're both James. Okay, I'll just like, which one? And I know they're both white cis men, so like,
so basically the same thing, right?
But at least it's not James Patterson. So
no, thank God.
So I can say that I have not read a James Patterson novel.
I didn't. Does it count if I read the graphic novel of Maximum Ride? Does that count technically? I don't know.
Well, if it's a graphic novel adaptation,
yeah, it was the adaptation of Maximum Ride.
I would say
kind of.
Like half.
So I kind of read a James Patterson book.
It's half because it's like half. The writing is the same, but like it's a visual. So,
yeah. So I read part of a James Patterson book.
Yeah, we'll call it half. Oh yeah,
it is.
10 Things About You. Such a great movie.
That movie is like one of the blueprints of a rom-com to me.
Please come visit Dana.
I'm on my way.
We're both East Coast, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm on my way, Nat. I'm gonna come over.
Same. I loved all my English teachers, even though I went into physics. Loved almost all of them.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's just something about. I mean, obviously, not all English teachers are amazing. Like I've heard stories, but I think there's something about being a teacher in the arts that a lot of the teachers tend to just be very good. I don't know. That's just been my experience where most of my like art teachers have been very fun and like engaged in a way that some of my other ones weren't.
Yeah. I definitely think who was my favorite teacher? I think it has to be Miss Cassidy, who was my IB art teacher. I've always liked being, I've always liked being in the art room in general because I can just make my creative projects. But she was also like a really good teacher too. Even though she's like a part-time teacher, she was only there for half the day. But like I just knew that like when it's lunchtime, I can be either in her classroom eating lunch or making like a quick studio hour kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
I signed a guy named James up for the rewards today.
James Patterson. Nat, I feel like you would go ballistic if James Patterson walked into your store.
Oh my gosh.
Nat would leave. Nat would be like, bye.
No, it's like deuces. I can't.
I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm allergic to you. I have to leave.
I have a question to throw out for one of my finals. I'm doing a presentation on the unreliable narrator trope. Do you all believe it exists? My professor said it couldn't because all experiences are up to perception.
I mean,
unreliable narrator.
Yeah, I think that seems very odd to me that they would think that it's, because I understand like all experiences are up to perception, but that doesn't mean that they're reliable. Like one person's perception of an event by nature might not, like there's people who are more unreliable than other narrators. Like if you've got a character who has an obvious bias in the situation, their narration and experience is going to be purposefully deceitful. You know? I don't know.
I think it's interesting when I think about the unreliable narrator trope is that, like, for me, whenever I'm reading a story, I take things for a grain of salt, especially in the beginning of the story, because you don't really know how to perceive things until the end. And even when things are like hazy, fever dreamish, it's always up to your interpretation. Because especially if it's in first person, that's already a limited perspective in and of itself. Like how can you truly rely upon the way a character perceives their own world, which like in and of itself is like, how does the world building, like that's a whole can of worms. But the unreliable trope, I always find it interesting because I don't tend to notice when I'm reading a book if it's an unreliable narrator or not, because I'm just like, I can't fully rely on what you're saying until I get to the end of the book. To understand generally. So maybe I kind of might be on the side of the professor, like it doesn't quite exist, because it's like, is it always reliable? Is there such things as a reliable narrator when things are so limited in perspective?
I think it could also, because I see like underneath it says, I believe Gone Girl purposely deceives the audience to get us on her side. That's like, because if we're talking about a trope specifically, because there are narrators or authors who intentionally go in to deceive the reader, like through whoever's telling the story. So I believe the trope can for sure exist, because I've seen authors like make it very clear that a character's unreliable. Like I read one this year, didn't like it because I didn't think the author didn't do it right. Like, but you purposely throughout the book you're questioning the character's reliability. But I think I don't know if I fully believe that it's not possible, because I think everybody is inherently unreliable. So I don't know if it's, I don't know, because if you're talking about a trope, that means that the author's purposely doing it. In other books, it might be unreliable, but the author's not intentionally trying to make it unreliable. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm if that is like a good explanation.
I think it does make sense, because it does remind me of like Tim Zamir, for example, of the Locked Tomb series. Like there are things in that series like you don't understand until you get like 3/4 of the way through the book, and you're like, oh, now it makes sense.
Yeah,
but that takes a lot of patience, and that's purposeful. And then for other books, it's like you're not totally sure until you get to the end, but it's not trying to be.
It's not trying to trick you.
Right. It's not trying to withhold information. It's just that there's just information that the main character doesn't realize until certain clues and things start coming into the story.
Yeah. So I think it depends. I think in a trope, it depends. I think all narrators are unreliable, but I think it depends on if an author's intentionally trying to make it unreliable.
Yeah.
Like Bunny is another good example by Mona. Oh, is it Awad?
Yeah.
Is a really good example of. I'm also now starting to see a connection that I don't and personally enjoy a lot of unreliable narrators. That's just a personal thing because I also didn't really love that one. But she is very intentionally unreliable due to her bias and her mental health like state, her state of her mind. She's not reliable in the way that she's perceiving things. But if there's other books like I don't know, The Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School. The main character in that one, she's not being unreliable to deceive you. She's just a main character who's obviously biased in the way that she is viewing her world. But
Right.
I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Yeah. That says I absolutely would.
Go ballistic.
One of my lit teachers took points off of an assignment for my book summary being too short, and it was the length of the sample she gave me. I was so annoyed. She didn't tell me how long she wanted it, so I went off the sample.
That's evil.
I
would have fought that so hard.
Right. It's like, wait a minute. Nah.
I would have fought that for sure.
Right.
That would have driven me nuts.
But I believe with books / films, Gone Girl, Proceed to see the honest to get on her side, right?
Yeah, I think it matters if we're talking about narrators in general are just unreliable, or if we're talking about a specific trope where the author is intending it to happen.
Yeah, it really does go in the lines of guarding intent of the writer.
Yeah. I mean, because then if we want to apply it to that, where it's like, yeah, everyone's unreliable because we're all inherently biased to some things. But yeah, like Gone Girl is a really good example of like a narrator right off the bat that you're like, suspicious.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, and I'm relating back to the decline of journalism, especially upcoming in America, where it's biased to gain a certain audience. Sure, things are based on perception, but not everything's fictional. If it is, then you have to just believe it because it's labeled that way. But to say everything is true just to keep people blindsided, that's unreliable. It's fun for literature and film when done correctly.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a trope if it's happening in real life. Like in journalism, I would say that's very intentional on the author to purposefully deceive in order to obscure information.
Right.
In real life, but I would only apply a trope to fiction or fantasy for sure. Because then you get into some like territory where you're blending like reality and fiction at that point.
Yeah. Kind of like Nora Naga's book, right? If an Egyptian cannot speak English, which I did recently purchase. I have been wanting to read that book. I think I've heard it had an unreliable narrator or something like that. I'm still wondering to this day if the events in the book actually happened. Oh.
See, I was giving 2 examples of books that have unreliable narrator, and I didn't like either one of them, and now I'm like, maybe that's a genre a trope I don't particularly enjoy.
Until you find right.
Maybe done well. I just haven't found it yet. I don't like feeling bamboozled. Like I don't like feeling like I wasted my time. I felt like that with Honey a little bit, where I got to the end and I was like, okay, but that doesn't logically make sense. Like some of it though.
Yeah. I'm gonna give The Lock Tomb another chance in 2025.
Okay, Nat, if you want to, I'm serious, if you want to buddy read the second book with me, I would be down because I am having a hard time
to get to Harrow.
And it's not because it's not the author's fault. It's a me thing. It is her style. I have a hard time getting into it and like hooking in. But if I was reading it with somebody else, it would help because I liked Gideon the Ninth a lot once I got into it. But I was having a hard time with Harrow, and I like her though. I like is it Harrow?
Yeah,
I like her a lot. as a character. I think she's really cool. And so it was killing me that I was having a hard time with the second book.
Oh, trust me, that second book, that as far as bamboozling you, that book in particular in the series is the book that will bamboozle you.
Okay, let me say, when I say bamboozle, I will allow myself to be bamboozled if it makes sense. Like I think with Bunny, what I didn't like about being bamboozled was there's stuff happened in the book that if we take the ending of Bunny and we look back, that doesn't make sense. Like that's a big hole. You know what I mean? Like that, how you need to explain to me, author, how that happened. If the ending is what you're saying it is. I don't mind being bamboozled. I'm trying not to spoil Bunny because I don't know if people want to read that book. But there's something that happens in Bunny where I'm like, who was she talking to? Who was doing this thing to help? But I do like Tamsin Muir's writing style. I just have a hard time with it.
Yeah. But I will tell you, though, for sure, you will find out 75% of the way through.
Okay.
It makes sense. It's not going to be something that it'll be explained. It'll all make sense.
I think Tamsin also, I have a hard time visualizing places. With Harrow, I had a hard time like figuring out where we were, like, so I could figure out what was going on in the places. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, spatially where things are.
Yeah.
What do things look like?
Yeah, but I love her writing style. It's so enticing and engaging, and the characters are cool as hell. I really liked Gideon. Once I got like 30% into Gideon the ninth, when like you're with everybody.
Yeah.
I ate that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you will enjoy Harrow, though. The humor is still like there, but it's not as. It's a different kind of snark than Gideon, because Gideon in of herself is so snarky and humorous. It's funny still, but it's different.
And Harrow went through a lot at the end of Gideon. No spoilers, but she went through a lot.
Oh yeah.
I saw so many cosplays for Gideon and Harrow at AwesomeCon in DC this last summer. I don't see many book cosplays at conventions, but I saw so many. It was really cool to see a lot of Gideon and Harrow. So it was very fun. It was like, oh, I know them.
Yes.
It was very fun. I liked it. Yeah.
Watched The Life of Pi and came up with that because the man is so traumatized he came up with a whole 2-hour story to disguise the harsher truth. It's done purposely though, so it feels like the point.
So I would say though, with Life of Pi, I haven't seen that movie in a really long time. I remember enjoying it. It's got Dev Patel in it. I think no, am I getting him mixed up with Monkey Man? They both have animals in them. But I feel like that one's not so much on. The author's doing it on purpose, but the character's not. If that makes sense. So it's a trauma response in order to cope mentally and emotionally with the experience. So unreliable narrator, done purposefully, but not maliciously.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. I need to see that movie.
And to your point, from Mattel, that's a great place for authors to use that trope.
Yeah. And it's also there's a fine line too. I have a hard time because a lot of the time where I see the unreliable narrator trope is usually in mystery or thriller. And I tend not to love mental health done in mystery and thriller because you tend to get into some nasty stereotypes.
Yeah. And ableist things.
Yeah. You tend to get into some territory where it's very murky for me if the author is being malicious. But yeah, I think it can be done. Again, it can be done well. Just depends on who's doing it. And I think that also has to do. Maybe the author has experienced mental health, like mental illness or crises themselves. Then I'm a little bit more forgiving. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I'd be curious to see to think more about that later.
Yeah,
for sure.
The thing with Nora Naga's book is trying to write a book So there's a possibility that she's narrating events just to make her book more interesting. So like the story is where all the main characters write in the book, I guess.
Okay. I've not read that one, but that sounds like sounds very what's the word? Inception.
Yeah. Oh, back in the literature. Yeah, I would fight it now, but at the time I was afraid.
Yeah, I mean, as a student, yeah, of course, you're terrified of of rocking the boat with that. No, but yeah, my mom was really good about, like, if I went home and I told her about stuff, she'd be like, "Go talk to your teacher. Talk to your teacher about that."
Oh, let's do it. So butter read.
All right, yeah. Nat, seriously, reach out whenever you're like thinking about starting it, and as long as I can get a copy of the audiobook and or a physical copy, I'm down for whenever. Just let me know. Yes. See, that will help me because I can ask Nat questions. Like, help.
Black Iris has an unreliable narrator and it fucked with my brain so bad. It was also amazing though.
I'm
Black
looking it up.
Iris. Black Iris.
Is that Elliot Wake? Is that the?
That's what I see. Yeah, on Storygraph. I think that's the one.
Let me know if I have the right one because I don't want to.
Yeah, so your contemporary queer romance.
Okay, well, you got me at queer romance. I'm in.
A contemporary queer romance with an unreliable narrator.
See, again, I think the two books I read this year where I didn't enjoy the unreliable narrator were see, now I can't remember because I wrote my I wrote a think piece about it. I might actually move that to my Substack about plot twists. I don't know if you saw it. It was a while ago where I talked about why tricking the shocking doesn't mean it's good. And that book did that where it was like the author has this twist at the end with the unreliable narrator, and I was like, okay, cool, doesn't make sense logically. Because what do you mean that the killer is this person? If you gotta think about the context. But I'm very curious.
Instance, yes. So it is by Elliot Wake. They have their dead name on the cover though. Yeah, because I am looking at the cover and I was like,
Elliot Wake. That's not their dead name though, right? I'm not.
No, the Elliot Wake is their new name. The actual cover has their dead name though.
Okay. I thought I was just saying their dead name, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, because I was looking at the cover and it has the
cover again. Hydrate. Beautiful cover.
Yes. I do like a good cover.
That's how you get me. That's how you get me with bad to mediocre books. Just show me a pretty cover and I'll buy it.
It's a hit or miss though. So we'll see. You know.
The book is hit or miss? Oh, okay. Look, I'm down for checking books out, even if I don't love them. I will DNF.
Right.
I'm not afraid to DNF.
No, neither of us here are afraid of DNFing. We are team DNF.
Yeah. Chlorine. That is a good example, I think, of an unreliable narrator by Jade Song. With the author not in, because I don't think the character is unlikable a little bit, but also unreliable in the way that she is retelling the story of telling her story because she's being secretive about situations. But I really liked how that one was done. But if you read that book, lots of trigger warnings, a lot of content warnings for that one.
Getting went through a lot. Yes.
Yeah,
she did.
I think that was one of my friends' picks for 12 friends pick 12 books. And my friend Sayon recommended that one, and I reached out to him after I was like, what the hell? I was like, okay, well, actually, here, I hate you.
Oh gosh.
I did that with anytime anyone. I did that with you with Hamnet. I did that with Gigi with Jade City. I was like, what is the matter with you guys? Asking you to pick out books for me, and I'm just getting hurt.
Yeah, no problem. Uber Loop
Yeah,
on the
thanks.
discussion. That was a really cool question, to be
Yeah,
honest.
seriously. I hope if you end up writing anything about that, good luck.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
We'll do DM you.
Yes, please, 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 please.
Where is? Yep, you're keeping me hydrated today. Yup.
I'm glad. I can help.
Oh, Pauline is back. Yes, we are still here.
Welcome. I do need to head off in a little bit, though. I need to go have food. But,
Fair enough. We do we probably can definitely start our next sprint because we have been talking for a long minute.
It's been fun though.
Yes, so we could definitely have at least a break to like do other things.
Yeah.
So yeah, please saying hello, Costco. Turn into a thrifting. That okay. I need a new luggage for my trip to NYC, and I gotta go $20.
Nice.
You gotta do.
I love thrifting.
Hey, let's go.
I never would have thought to try to get luggage at a thrift store.
Me neither.
That's really smart though. I got a lot of really nice things at Goodwill recently because I have a very tight budget financially, and I found some really good pieces. I love thrifting. It's my happy face.
Yes,
$20, nice.
Right, nice. Well, I think I might try to do the friends recommending books in 2025. I've always been afraid of forgetting about it, but I want to try.
To be fair, Nat, I did. Halfway through the year, I did forget some of my friends' stuff. I just reached out and I was like, I'm not gonna end up finishing it. I'm really sorry. It's not you guys. I'm really bad at sticking to a TBR.
Yeah,
like a solid one. I'm not good at it.
Right, because this year, honestly, I mean, I did try, but like, I don't know if I tried as hard this year. I've only read one, and I DNF'd another, and then I didn't try the other 4 because I did like a 6 recs instead of 12. But
that might actually be a smarter idea, like keeping it shorter. I think it was nice though to get books that I might not necessarily have picked up or even looked at though. True. I don't think I would have picked up Hamnet myself. Like that's not a genre that I typically gravitate towards, but I really, really enjoyed that one.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I was really surprised to be even come upon it because like it's like a historical lit fic kind of book, and I'm like, that's a genre combination I don't really read. But when I do read, that's the thing though. When I do read historical lit fic, I tend to pick up the really good ones.
It was. I mean, I want to read her other one, the family portrait, marriage.
Yeah, the marriage portrait.
Have you read it?
No, I tried to read it, but like it had some stuff in the content warnings and stuff that I was just like, I was not in the headspace to be reading.
Totally get that. I haven't even looked at that. That's good to know, though.
Yeah, I was just like, nah, I can't. My brain was not computing.
That's fair for sure.
Thinking God smiled upon you today. Seriously.
Angels are singing.
Oh, found a bigger size I needed? You found a big size? See, it was your day. It was your day.
Yep.
No, it is. It really is. My mom actually was looking for some luggage. Like before we even went to like New Jersey, NYC this summer. Like we were looking at some like luggage and stuff. And yeah, a lot of it was so expensive.
And it's ugly. Like if you're gonna be charging $100+ why is it ugly?
And it wasn't so bulky too. Like you all know, I'm trying to put stuff in the thingamabobber. I don't want to be underneath the plane and pay extra. Who want to do all that? I want to make sure it fits on the overhead.
Yeah. Also, have fun on your trip to New York. You'll be only a couple hours away from me. Well, depending on where you are. But if you're going to the city, you'll be like 5 hours away from me. Stay warm if you're coming in the winter. Goodness.
Oof. Yeah. I might try 6 too. Yeah, I definitely recommend it.
I think if I do that next year, I'll definitely do 6 instead of 12. Because I think I made it 6. Made it to 6, and then I just kind of like teetered off because I forgot about it. I'm not good with TBRs. Like solid. I'm going to read this, and this. I can't. Yeah,
I mean backpacks go up to 300. That's true.
I don't even remember the last time I bought a backpack.
I think when I was initially going to college, I was looking at backpacks. That's it. But I just used my mom's old backpack when she was in college and just called it a day.
I think I used my brother's backpack when I was going to college. He wasn't using he had one for sports and one for school, and I took his school one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't have one because it wasn't my jam, and I'm working on 3 right now. Not sure I'll finish my 6 recs.
I think, I think whatever. I think it's just good for getting books on your radar that you might not have picked up. I think that's really, if I do it again, I think that's what I would do. Because, yeah.
And this is coming. No way. Seriously.
No.
$300. No. Yeah, I'm going mid-January.
Oh, just bring layers and don't underestimate the wind. That's what it is. And because like the city, if you're in like in the city, it's nice because the buildings are so tall. You get the wind is blocked, but you'll get pockets of open space where it's really cold. So just bring layers. You'll be okay.
Oh, right. I'm going to the Dimension 20 MSG show. It's really the reason why I'm daring to go in those days.
I hope you have fun. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so jealous. Oh my gosh. Paulina. Living my dream. You're gonna have fun. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great. Just the only other advice would be give yourself cushion time. Like traffic's always kind of weird and it's easy to get kind of turned around. So just give yourself like 20 extra minutes and you'll be fine.
Be in Brooklyn for a few days, then
Oh yeah. Brooklyn. I've not been to Brooklyn. I've been just outside of Brooklyn a couple times. I like the city. I know a lot of people are scared of it. I like it.
I've been to New York City this summer and I'm just like, I mean, it's mostly Manhattan, the Manhattan area.
In the city though. In the summer, I mean,
it's just, it was so busy though. And also we could not afford, because there's a whole family of 5 of us. So it's expensive to even go with public transportation, which we would have gone to. We would have done public transportation route, but it's a bit more spendier than like renting a car and paying the toll.
Sure. I mean,
also, I did not know about toll because in Minnesota, we don't pay toll. So I was so confused. I was like, wait, what is this thingabobber thing? And then I had to learn about toll because my mom had to school the rest of us on what toll even is.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I never drive in New York, ever. Because it's just, you could not pay me to have to drive in New York. I take the bus up there, and even that can be expensive if it's more than 3 people. But I like the city. It's just hard for me because it's not handicap accessible.
Yeah.
But I love the vibe of the city. I think it's really great, especially when you get down like out away from like Times Square and all that, and you get out of there. You get more to like Chinatown, Koreatown. It's really nice.
Yeah, I wish we were there a little bit longer so we could explore those parts.
Yeah,
and also I wish though we were actually more like in New York, because we were like in northern New Jersey. Just to
yeah.
We were in Airbnb for there.
Yeah. I'm northern New Jersey, so I'm in South Jersey. Like I'm a couple hours out of DC, and that's north for me. North Jersey can be a lot, so it can be a little bougie. I live in a very old Jersey community. A lot of old people, not very bougie.
Dimension 20 show, jealous.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Dressing up as
Cathilda. Yes. Oh, you're gonna have so much fun.
Brooklyn, my city.
Yeah.
I think I mentioned in a previous sprint stream, the time I went to Central Park was nice and warm. Then waiting for a line for Phantom was freezing.
Yeah, it's just because you don't have buffers, like, or you do and then you don't. I've been in the summer. I'd rather be going in the winter, to be quite honest. The summer's just so hot, and it's hard finding shade where you can stand and not be in the way.
Right. Okay, well, I know there's still more comments, but I do want to make sure that Dan at least can eat something, and we'll get back through all the comments. So let's do a little bit of like a longer sprint, I guess. We could do like up to the 30, maybe.
Yeah, and then after that, I will have to head off. But
yeah,
you guys can obviously keep going even longer if you would like to. But I'm gonna go grab some food.
Yes. So let me just have our comment up. Maybe also make sure we get our ambience.
Yes. All right.
We've been loving the Christmas cafe one.
Yeah, it's really nice.
All right. Okay, coolio. So yeah, we shall reconvene at hour mark. So yeah, happy reading, productivity, all the things. Talk to you later. All right. As the end of our second sprint. So let us know in the chat how far y'all gone in your reading or whatever y'all were doing. So, how was the sprint for you, Dana?
It was good. Got some food, have a drink, snuggled with the dogs for a little bit. And then I got 70% of the way through St. Catherine.
All right.
So, almost done.
Nice. For me, I was gonna read. I was reading a little bit, and then my mom and my siblings came in the house, and they got some. They went food shopping, so they got some stuff. So I was helping putting things away and all that. So that took up most of my sprint time to bring things in, put things away. But then I did get a little bit further into Model Home at 63%. So I finished a chapter, started another chapter. And like, yeah, I'm definitely like enjoying my time with Model Home now since we've gone to like that past the 50% mark.
Yeah, for sure. I did laundry. That was the other thing I did. I folded my laundry.
Nice. I need to do that, honestly. I need to start doing laundry and then also put clothes away. But maybe in a different time. Maybe I'll do it today. Maybe.
We'll see. Nah.
Let's see. Trying to figure where we last left off with the sprints. Oh yeah, NASA says that they missed NYC minus the rent.
Yeah, I've heard rent is just diabolical.
Yeah. I'm also probably overthinking shoes.
Just comfy. The amount of times I've seen people in New York pull a pair of shoes out of their bag and change shoes. So they will wear sneakers while they're walking and then pull out another pair of shoes once they get to where they're going. So they don't have to walk in like heels.
Right. I never go to Times Square. So little good reasons to go there. Do downtown Brooklyn. So many more places.
Yeah, the only reason I ever go to Times Square is I'm usually in New York to see a show. And Times Square is like right in between a bunch of theaters. And sometimes it's like I go to the Disney store right across to chill for like 20 minutes before a show, or like 20 minutes before I should head back because it's air conditioned and you can hide in there.
Manhattan, because of all the buildings and subway, isn't super cold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's why when I lived in Texas, I kept forgetting about sales tax because I grew up wait, there's no sales tax. See, things I'm learning because I don't travel around the country like that, but I did not know that there is no sales tax in Delaware.
Yeah, but I know the sales tax in Texas is really high, though. So when I lived there anyway, it was really high. So
other boroughs is a different story. Yep, I can imagine. One thing for sure, though, if I'm ever being in Manhattan, I gotta explore different parts because we definitely were around the Times Square-ish part.
Yeah, like the touristy area.
Yeah. No, yeah, layers will be key then because I do overheat easily too. My mom's other family is in South Jersey.
I'm not gonna ask where because I don't want you to like dox them, but let me know. Message me. I'm curious.
Have fun. Last week, the weather was 60 and the 40s, 50s. So prepare for the weather changing out of nowhere.
That's why I was having a pain flare. Because the weather, it was like beautiful. It was rainy, but like it was like pouring rain, but it was 60 degrees. And the next day, it dropped to like the low 40s, and it was sunny, like overnight. And my body was in so much pain. Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
That's why I messaged you and I was like, I'm hoping I'll be good, but I don't know about the weather.
Right.
So yeah, it's been crazy.
It's also been weird here too, because sometimes we get like the 30s, like upper 30s, because that's literally our warm in our Minnesota winter. Minnesota winter, if it's 30s, it's warm. So now though we're getting to like the teens, single digits, and I'm just like, huh? We were just in 30s 2 days ago.
I hate that. I don't like that at all. That's too cold.
Ugh, trust me. That's why I'm just like, look, if anyone comes to Minnesota, prepare to have thick layers. Make sure you have scarf, hat, preferably something thick on your hands, maybe like mittens, just to really keep your hands warm. Definitely have like a hood. Please wear a hood because it's windy. It gets windy.
Yes. The wind, I think, is like the worst part of when it's cold.
Oh,
Like the added, like I'd rather it just be cold and no wind, but when there's
yes.
wind, it's terrible.
It is so bad.
I can't imagine. That's too cold for me. I would perish.
And that's why whenever I'm like, it's Minnesota winter, you barely see me outside the house. I'm only outside the house for if we need to go if we're going places because we really need to. I'm trying to get my money, or we're shopping places. That's it. That's it.
Ugh.
40, 60s I can handle. Snow, no idea. Just
Snow in, at least in like for Jersey, snow is weird. Like I've only been to New York once in the winter and there was no snow. Especially if you're in the city, they take care of that real quick. Get the snow off the streets so fast.
The NYC's transpo is to get the unlimited MTA card. Is that what it's called? MTA? I think it is MTA.
Yeah, I think so.
To get it unlimited, right? So that you can just go straight to a bus and train right away.
See, that'd be worth it. I'm just not in the city enough to do that. But yeah, if you're traveling in and out of New York, yeah,
for sure.
I go maybe once a year if I'm able to get to a show up there.
A decade ago, it was $27 for a month.
Okay, that's not bad at all.
But I don't know if it's that way now, though.
No, it might be more.
It most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're really expensive.
Got it.
Yeah, how much are they? I'm not gonna be here too long. Then maybe OMNY card, but those you have to have exact money. It's strange, huh? I think I'd be exact.
Because it's New York and it's a mess.
Might be panicking reading the ending fire, which is doing. Oh no!
I hate when I know a book is due. I will not finish the book. I'll just return it and then check it out again.
Yep, pretty much.
I stress myself out and I'm like, I'm not having fun. I'm having a good time.
50 plus? Maybe get unlimited 7 days Metro card is convenient for getting off and off here and there.
Yeah,
but, $50.
Crazy. No, don't like that.
7-day or 30-day unlimited cost. So the 7-day one is 34. The 30 days 132. Dang.
And not for New York public transportation. No.
Oh geez. I'll be there 10 days, so I'll likely get the 7-day card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recommend 7-day. Yeah.
I love this. Everybody's helping plan the trip.
Right. Because y'all know more than me. I mean, I don't know transportation like that in NYC.
Yeah, I'm like, I just take the bus. I don't know.
Yes, then afterwards, get a refill card for your extra 2 days. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. There we go. That way, yeah, cost effective. Whew. Also remember, if you swipe once on train or bus, you have to wait 15 minutes before you can use your card again. I did not know that.
I'm like taking notes.
Yeah, like, huh? Okay. Wow. Okay. New York, weird. I knew I should. Oh my gosh. But do you have a free transfer but you do have a free transfer from train.
Nice.
Okay.
That's nice.
Right, because in Minnesota also, if you pay the fare, you do get a transfer that's valid for 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to pay so much for every time you're using transportation. So that's good. I'm at that point. I'm just gonna walk.
Honestly, I will, because so I'll take the bus from like my location straight to Port Authority in New York, because that's like right in the middle of everything, and then just walk from there. I'm like, I'll just book extra time and go take my time getting to where I need to go.
Yep. Okay, so a bit of learning curve, but hopefully the drivers are nice. Right.
Not in the city. You just kind of look, word of advice. Okay. go with a pack of people. If you're in the city and you're walking in the city, walk with a pack because the drivers will stop for a pack. Don't go by yourself.
Yeah. But I want to say it though. What I also found fun when we were like in New York City proper, because my mom was actually driving our rental car, which she's never done. She's never driven in New York.
Oh boy.
Yep. So it was interesting to do other things, but it was so funny though, because when we were in like a little bit of traffic in the city, we saw actually a cab went from one side of the street to the other side of the street because they saw someone there waiting for a taxi. They found ways to cut through, and I'm like, it was so funny.
I believe it, absolutely.
And my mom was literally talking about that's a thing, and it actually have it right in front of us. We thought it was the funniest thing ever.
I've seen stuff like that in Jersey. Like, if you think New York driving is really bad, Jersey is literally the worst. Like, I've grown up in Washington State, Texas, and Jersey. Jersey's the worst out of the three. Drivers are nuts. Absolutely.
Jeez. And I thought Minnesota drivers are bad when it's winter and it snows.
Jersey drivers are any weather. They do whatever they want. So.
Oh my gosh. Wow, in just 10 years, MTA cars have increased 10 times. Like, seriously. I would take that advice and leave extra early.
Mm-hmm.
Did the servers improve that much, though?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Good thing about New York is very easy to walk around.
Yes.
That's true. Subway that tells you. It's good to see if they're in delays.
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't say that for Manhattan, right? It's very mountainous streets, but Brooklyn is pretty smoother and easier.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine, because there's like a lot of shops and things, like a lot more pricey places, and I can imagine the hills. Yeah. Heck yeah, just 10 years. Once walked from Chinatown to 34th Street with my 6-year-old grandma. Oh, wait. No, wait. She was already in her 70s at the time. Oh, wow.
Oh, grandma.
Dang. All right.
I just remember my sister and I walking around. Well, she was pushing me in my wheelchair in New York. It was so hot.
Oof.
And the Google Maps was lying to us about where we were going. And we were just walking. And we were getting so mad at each other because we were so hot. And she's pushing me. So she's extra hot. And eventually we were like, we're not going there anymore. We got to find shade. And so we found a restaurant and just decided to get dinner, like lunch early. We were so grumpy. Tell
me why in NYC, because this also happened to us too. While we're even driving from our Airbnb to New York City, going through the tunnels and stuff, Google Maps had no idea what we were doing. We were like, okay, which exit are we supposed to go to? We need to know which exit to go to. Google Maps was like, we kind of under a bridge. Maybe we're in a tunnel. We here. I don't know where we are. And I'm like, Google Maps, we need to rely on you. We don't know where we're going.
I don't know where I'm going. I have no idea. I'm just following what you're telling me to do. Right. I don't know where we ended up at. No idea. And we just eventually turned around and went back because we were like, we don't want to keep walking. We don't know where we're going. It's like 80 degrees. And my sister's pushing my wheelchair, so it's so hot. Like, for her to be like doing all the labor. Oh my gosh.
Sheesh.
And just everybody's all around you. And then, of course, you're grumpy when you're hot. Like, I get really irritable when I'm too hot. Yeah. So we were like, we're going to go find a restaurant. Was it overpriced? Yes. But it was air conditioned.
At least. I'll take it at this point. Read about 30 pages of The Berry Pickers. Okay. Read a few chapters of The Judgment Throne. Oh, 53%. Okay.
Woo, at the halfway mark.
Woo, woo. All right. I'm very curious, though, Nat, to know your thoughts on the book so far. Very curious. Didn't read during the spring, but was working on Notion stuff. Sounds good. There aren't any bus stops?
There's like the Port Authority bus stop is like the main area, and then you get off, and then it's just cabs. At least in the city, anyway.
Right.
Whew. Look, Port Authority, I have not had any bad experiences with them. It was the New Jersey one that they didn't hook my wheelchair into the bus when I was on it, so I'm like sliding around on the bus. That was fun. That was fun. It was terrifying. It was like the most stressful hour and a half to New York in my entire life.
An hour and a half, and your wheelchair's just moving around.
Yeah, so like this is the seat. They pick up the chairs and move them, and then there's 4 like essentially like bungee cord seat belts.
Yeah,
and they hook to the front and then to the back. She only hooked like 2 of them, and then she was like, "You don't have to worry about the rest." And I'm like, "Okay, I've never been on the bus before. Okay."
Oh no.
My sister sat on one side and was holding this side, and my mom was on the other side holding this side for the entire hour and a half. And each time she turned, I was like sliding around. It was terrible.
No,
not a good time. It's only happened once though.
Okay. Oof.
But the guy on the way back, I was like, I can just put my chair, like I can get onto the bus. I can just put it underneath, like with like the luggage. And he was like, "Why?" And I told him what happened, and he looked so appalled.
Yeah.
He was like, "No, I'll just hook you in."
Like, yes, properly with all the hooks.
He was like, I don't understand.
Like,
yeah, never again.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No, not a great time.
No. Oh, I do not miss Texas drivers.
I've seen someone when we were in Texas drive over the median. Like the divider. Yeah. They went over it and then pulled in.
Look, I don't drive, but that sounds
no,
wild.
Neither do I. I don't drive either. And I remember watching it and I looked to my mom and she looked at me and I said, "Did that just happen? Did he just pull over the median and then pull into that lane?" And my mom was like, "Yes." And yes, it was a truck. In case anyone's wondering, it was a pickup truck.
Of course. Yeah. That's wild, though.
Whew.
I grew up in Southeast Asia. I don't know why, but I feel like the suburbs in New York City is one of the worst.
I've never been Southeast Asia, but New York is just hot. And I think, like, as much as like I said before, like the wind is shielded by the buildings, like the buildings trap heat or something. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I'm not a weather person, but
I think it does because I've been there when it was hot. And I think it's true.
It's hot and there's no shade anywhere. And you can't get a drink for cheap. Or like most of them are like you have to go to a restaurant and order food there. You can't just go in and use. Whew.
Sheesh. My dad was a cab driver in New York City. Driving in New York is brave.
Bless him. Oh my God.
My grandpa on my mom's side was also a cab driver as well. So he knows like all the routes, how to get to places.
Cab drivers are like modern day heroes because I don't have the patience or the bravery for that.
Cabs will have you selling your kids for how expensive they are. Oh my gosh. Gee, that's stressful. Right.
It was would not recommend. So if you ever see a bus driver like tell someone that it's okay, they don't need to harness their wheelchair, don't let them do that.
Yeah.
Don't let them do that. Hey.
I'm enjoying the Judgment Throne. I'm excited to see where it ranks among the Sapphic trifecta. So far, hasn't surpassed the She Who Became the Sun. I think right now it's still tied. It's about tied with the Unbroken. Yeah, I would agree as well. Because She Who Became the Sun is definitely up there. I have yet to read the Unbroken, but the Judgment Throne so far is technically speaking. The Unbroken.
Mm-hmm. Is that by Clark's C.L. Clark?
Yes.
Is that their name? Yeah. They're writing that book about Mbessa from Arcane.
Yes.
And I'm so excited. So I really want to read Unbroken.
Yes. I'm very, very excited.
It's
And also
really
for Unbroken as well, because it's on my 6 books by 6 friends.
Ooh, okay.
I was like, yes, I can like read more of the Sapphic trifecta. And I think the third book in that trilogy, The Magic of the Lost, I think the third book will come out next year. I think it's slated for April. We just don't have like a cover yet, I don't think.
The Gates keep on winning.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well we'll see when I get to the end. Right. But I'm glad though you're enjoying it so far, so that's good. I drive and I'm never worried about my driving. I get excited about everyone else behind the wheel.
Yes. I feel like
you're right.
that's one of my biggest fears. I don't drive it, and my biggest fear is the people around me. Like no.
Because it's one thing to be good at driving yourself. You also have to be a very good defensive driver because people are not always paying attention.
Yeah, especially in Jersey. It's some of the worst driving I've ever seen. People just go, and it stresses me out. I'm like constant. I'll be like in the passenger seat, and I'm like, okay, we're okay.
Mexico City driving can be intense too. Everyone operates under the rule of if there's space in front of you, you take it, even if it's against traffic. No, not if there's space, you take it though.
Don't like that.
Oh no. I'm fully immersed in the story, which I need because I think I'm ending the year in somewhat of a reading slump.
Oh no. Ugh, I feel like I'm just clawing my way out of one. The last 2 months, I've just been like, and I've been reading good books. I'm just not motivated to pick them up.
Yeah. I'm so happy the Sapphic trifecta was a thing. How iconic! Like honestly,
I need to read. I have not read any of those ones, but they're all on my TBR. So next year, I'm gonna have to get into them.
I definitely recommend, like for sure, The Radiant Emperor to watch. That's He Who Became the Sun, He Who Drowned the World, He Who Drowned the World, and that's the only series in the trifecta that's a duology. The other ones are trilogies.
Oh boy! All right, I'll have to lock in.
Yep.
Focus on them.
Also, I also don't drive. People here in San Diego drive way too fast. Trust me, I can't imagine the speed, and that's scary. that is scary. It's like y'all. Why would you, what's the rush?
We're all going to well, not all going to the same place, but we're all trying to get places. Just be careful,
please. That's why I always be worried about Minnesota winter, because especially with people who are coming to Minnesota and it's their first winter, I'm just like, please be careful when you're out here driving in the highway or local streets, because I know we haven't gotten as much snow so far this winter, at least the start of this winter anyways, but like we do have things like black ice, so just slow.
Oh yeah, that's
we get black ice.
Yeah.
I was definitely in a slump during November. I think I'm out of it now though. Okay.
Yeah, October was really bad, and then November I just got hit with I read a lot of shorter books, but I just could not be bothered to pick. I felt like picking things up was a chore, which I don't. I hate that. That should be the last thing.
Yeah. The Sapphic trifecta. Yes. So the Sapphic trifecta consists of She Who Became the Sun by Shelley Parker Chan, The Jasmine Throne by Tasha Siri, and The Unbroken by C.L. Polk, because all three of those books are adult sapphic fantasies that came out in 2021. And it was just a big thing because it's like, wow, we actually get like 3 sapphic fantasies from big publishers in the 1 year, and they're all part of series. So She Who Became the Sun is part of the Radiant Emperor duology, which has She Who Became the Sun, He Who Drowned the World, and then we have Tasha Siri's The Burning Kingdoms trilogy with The Jasmine Throne, The Oleander Sword, and The Lotus Empire that just came out in November. And then we have Magic of the Lost trilogy with C.L. Clark. So that's The Unbroken, The Faithless, and then The Sovereign, which hopefully will come out next year. We shall see. I don't think it's official, but that's the hope anyways. But yeah, that's pretty much the Sapphic trifecta.
Okay. I'm writing them. I'm going to put them in chat too, Ash. I'll put them in there.
Right.
Yeti, chill. I'll feed you in a second.
so far the only ones I've read is the Radiant Emperor duology. That's the one I've read, and now I'm getting my hands into the Burning Kingdoms trilogy. Yes, here's the comments. Yep.
Yeah,
Should
and
be
then
good fun and all that.
Ash, because I know that you watched Arcane. C.L. Clark is writing an Mbessa solo book coming out next year.
Yep. Hold up. I actually have the cover saved on here. Let me find the cover to show the people. Mbessa. Where are you? There it is.
I'm so excited. I have not watched season 2. No spoilers, because I don't.
You haven't seen season 2 yet?
No, I know everything that happens, but my sister's not caught up on season 1, and her busy volleyball season for college just ended. So we're hopefully going to catch up on. She's going to catch up season 1, and then I'm going to watch season 2 with her.
Okay. So yeah, there's the cover.
Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Mbessa, Chosen of the Wolf.
I love her so much.
Well, I can't wait though when you when you see season 2 of Arcane. I'm not gonna say no spoilers, but I will say I just want to know what your thoughts would be, because I have thoughts.
I know basically everything that happens. So if you want to message me about it, I basically know what happens, because I was like, I'm not gonna not know what happens, because I don't know when I'm gonna be able to watch it.
Right. Because it's I definitely want to rewatch for the 2 seasons, just to see the whole picture together.
Yeah. So my sister hasn't seen the last 2 episodes of season 1. I finished season 1. So we're gonna watch the last 2 and then pick up season 2. But I have some controversial opinions that I'll message you about. I feel like they're controversial. I don't know.
Well, we'll see, because I also have a couple controversial opinions myself.
All right, I'm curious. I'll message you later, because I'm very curious.
Yes, because my siblings and I, because we were all while watching Arcane, we're just like, yep, our opinions. Yep.
We have opinions.
Yep. Also need to read The Judgment Throne. Need to get back into the fantasy mood. Right now, I'm in a literary contemporary mood. That's what happened. It's all right. Whenever you get into the fantasy mood,
I love being a mood reader. I love being a mood reader. It's so fun.
Yes. I always just pick up the most random of things. And I'm just like, I'm so glad I picked you up right now. Instead of trying to put it into a TBR, being like, oh, we'll read it later. I'm like, no, let's read it now.
That's the fastest way, I think, for me to get burned out, is to force myself to read books I don't want to. Because then I start resenting the book, and then I'm mean to the book. And that's not fair. Right. It's not the book's fault. Sometimes it is, but I'm like, is this me being mean, or do I just need to not read this right now?
Right. And sometimes that's how I feel with Garden, arc reading, because there are arcs. I'm just like, I'm not in the mood to read this book, but then I keep thinking about it. If I really thought this book was really, really good, very captivating, I would have tried to push myself to read it. But if I don't feel the need to continue reading it, I'm just be like, look, I'm DNFing it because it's not meant for me. Exactly. And I just gotta keep it moving, because I have other arcs to read, and I'm not trying to have my NetGalley score go down. Also, how iconic that the sequels were cohesive too. Yes. Because the color scheme of the Orlander Sword, He Who Drowned the World, and the Faithless have this blue-green color scheme. I love that. Yeah. Now I think about it, wait. The Radiant Emperor duology, so there's no 3rd book. So yeah, I wonder if the Sovereign would match the color scheme of the Lotus Empire, since the Lotus Empire is more like this red orangish kind of looking. I don't know. Yeah. Oh man, that is so iconic. Oh yeah, hoping the 3rd book of the Unbroken matches Lotus Empire. Oh, it just became a bit for me to. Let's go. I do recommend the audiobook. It's a sign. Yes. I do recommend the audiobook. I was actually hybrid reading the audiobook with my ebook. I recommend. Not prepared to read The Last Spoon. Last Spoon. Not sure what that
last book is. Maybe?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. Right, meant the Lotus Empire. Apparently, I need to get into Arcane. Yes, I do recommend the show.
It's beautiful. If nothing else, like it's absolutely such a stunning season.
It's
Or, like,
visually
series.
right. It's visually stunning in its animation and style and expressions. It's also auditorily, like the music soundtrack, also really good.
Mhm.
So, yeah,
The character design I also love.
yes. So it's much better in season 2, in my personal opinion. I agree.
Ooh, okay.
I do agree.
Because I've heard it opposite. So I'm curious though. I'm curious what you have to say. But I've also seen that from people who like certain characters that I don't care for. So I'm curious about that going into season 2.
Right. Because depending on who you care about, yeah, season 2 could be better. But for what I care about, not just in characters, but also thematically and writing wise, I am pushing towards season 1.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna message you about it because I'm curious about if we have the same opinions on things.
Right.
I'm curious.
And if it's different, I still am curious because I really want to know about it. You need to watch season 2.
I know. If not for like, even if I don't like season 2, I'm excited just for Mbessa and Savika just to see them again because I love them.
Oh yeah, much. I'm very curious about Mbessa. Like her character was definitely intrigued me in season 2, and I really want a book of that. I'm like, yes. I need to know more about you. And Nuxus as well. Like I need to know that part of the world.
Yes. Gimme.
Yes. Still go though, but the standards that Arcane season 1 set is an insane step.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. I need to emotionally recover before I rewatch it.
Yeah, you were going through. Ash watched season 1 and 2 back to back for the first, so watch season 1 for the first time ever, and then went to season 2 immediately. So,
oh wow. Well, yep, you definitely need to emotionally recover.
Smack.
Oh gosh. Have you picked up Sunbringer? I didn't after. I'm wondering if I'm being too mean to it because of how I was about the ending of God Killer.
Oh, is that the sequel?
Yeah, that's right. It is.
I have not picked it up because I did not care for the ending of God Killer. So I just didn't bother picking it up. I'm curious though. Nah, I don't know anything that happens in Sun Killer. I just felt I barely remember what happens in God Killer. And that's not good because the book's not that long, but isn't there like it's not a spoiler, isn't it? There like a little girl in that book, like someone that we're supposed to root for, and we have this other relationship that takes the forefront, and then I think it ends with like this big reveal, and I was like, what are we doing here? So I don't know. I just got to the end of the first book and I went, okay, felt like 2 different books, I think, is what I remember thinking. So I don't know. And is Sunbringer the last one? Or is she writing more?
I think there's a 3rd book. Hold on, let me double check.
Goodness.
God Killer. I'm pretty sure is it a trilogy? The Fallen God trilogy? Okay, come on, Stargraph. Help me out here. Thank you. Faithbringer. Yeah, Faithbreaker. There is a 3rd book.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know if I probably won't pick it up. I just didn't care enough. I'm glad though that you were also annoyed about the ending of God Killer. Because it makes me feel better. Because again, sometimes I'm like, I'm a hater. I'm just being a hater.
Well, they wanted to give the series another chance, so
I mean, I'm curious if you read it again, if you read God Killer again, and then you read book 2, let me know. Because I probably won't do that.
I know we're on the same page on some of the characters we like season 1, I think. I prefer season 1 because season 2, in my opinion, was too much back and forth for me.
Okay. Okay, interesting. I don't want to it's not spoilers, but I'll just say I don't like Jace.
And I mean, there's a lot of people who don't like him.
And so. I don't really Ash, don't snitch to me. Don't snitch to Mags about this. Don't snitch. I really don't care about Jace. Victor's fine. I don't care about Jace. And I don't like Caitlin. I'm sorry.
Thank you. We're on the same page. There you go. Woo!
She's a cop.
Yep. Thank you.
Woo! Not only is she a cop, she is a cop that saw exactly what was going on. in what's the place?
Zon or Undercity?
Zon, the Undercity. Is that Zon?
Yeah, it's the same difference. They're just
she saw what was going on in the Undercity. She saw directly how cops and her family contributed to it, and she still decided to be a cop because it benefited her. She can die. Don't care. Choke, rot. Sorry. I can't stand it. I don't care. I'm sorry. Being a lesbian cop is not a thing. It's not a win.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm so sorry. Can't stand her.
Yep. I'm just glad we're on the same page. We're on the same page about that.
It just frustrates me.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
gosh.
I hate that we have like this lesbian couple, but one's going to be a cop, and not just a cop, but like a Nazi cop in this world. It just drives me nuts. Anyway,
and she was really irritating, more so in season 2, like more irritating.
Like in season 1, like if she was going to be a cop in season 1, I can kind of get it in the beginning with the character arc, but just to have her double down in season 2, I'm not here for it. No, I like Mbessa. I think it's interesting that the people of color tend to be baddies in this world more often than not. I just think that's a little interesting.
Yeah.
But Mbessa, look, is she right? Do I love her? Yes. Do I root for her kind of in a fictional way? Yes. Am I obsessed with her as a character? Yes. So
she's just she's a very interesting character with a complexity that I wish they gave more backstory to, personally.
Yeah, and I'm hoping they do that with the book.
I think that's what they are going to do.
I'm really hoping that they take that, but yeah. And those are, so anyway, Jace, Invictor, and Caitlin and Vi are just the main characters, and people love them. So season 2, I just feel like it's going to be a season that's not necessarily my favorite. But I'm excited for Jinx. I'm excited, hopefully, for some more Echo, because I love him. Don't make that face at me. I don't like it. Yeah, we'll see. For what I've seen, it's just been, it happened in season 1 too, though, at the end, like when it ended and fans were doing all like the content for specific characters and for like leaving out certain characters, and I was like, okay, I'm not surprised, but all right.
Honestly, it's now I think about it, because like when Arcane did come out, I couldn't even watch it, because at the time I don't think I had Netflix when the show was coming out, and I did see all the video essays all over my YouTube homepage, and I didn't click on a single one, because I was like, well, honestly, I was like, well, it's so popular, people want to talk about it all the time, but also was like, I don't know, I didn't fully was aware of even the cast of characters until I started watching the show, but now thinking back on it, I'm like, it is interesting how certain characters were I've seen in the thumbnails of videos versus others. I was like, okay.
Yeah. So again, I think the writing overall, like again, season 1, and from what I've seen of season 2, it's good. Like the writing overall in season 1, I really like. Season 2, I'm curious to see how it actually is written in the show as compared to like out of context things that I've seen. But
yeah,
I just could care less about certain characters, and knowing I'm gonna have to see them in season 2, I'm like, okay.
Yep.
Next.
Season 2 ending though. Yeah, season 2 ending is a thing.
It's a thing.
Yep. I can't speak too much on it. It's too much. That's the thing. I didn't remember a lot about book 1 when I picked it up. I didn't want to reread because I hated the ending.
Yeah. No, see, that's not good though, that you can't remember a lot that happens in book 1. Because I remember like 2 things out of that entire book. And the book is not long enough for me to be forgetting a lot of
right. That is true. It's like under 300 pages, right?
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Yeah. Speak with the manager on season 2 ending. Yeah. Opinions. I'll DM you about it. Because
I'm so curious. I'm super curious.
Oh gosh. Oh, I hate Jason.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ash. Like,
Yeah.
look, I'm happy. Mags loves. They can have the ship, but I could care less.
Look, they're both characters that initially had some optimistic ideals, but then it just turned into something way out of their own control.
I think I would prefer more Victor over Jace. I felt he was a little bit more compelling. Jace to me just similar Caitlyn vibes to me.
Yeah.
I like I'm gonna turn my back on people who need me because that benefits me, and I'm like, I don't like you.
Nah.
Anyway, I don't like you. You're a little weasel, a little greasy weasel.
Yeah. He'll try to make himself sound innocent when I'm like, dude, you have a lot more control than you think you're trying to tell me here. Like,
Yeah.
don't.
No, literally, that's it. That's how I feel. I'm like, okay, sure, Jan. I can't do anything about it. What am I supposed to do? What do you mean? What are you supposed to do? I could name 5 things for you to go do right now.
Like, for real.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Look, I say it on my Instagram all the time. Don't care if you are a non-white cop. I don't care if you're a queer cop. You're a cop. So get out of here. Book it.
Literally. Yeah, but there was a little girl and there's a relationship change. Came out of nowhere, made no sense with what everything else was going on. Okay.
Yeah. So this is not really spoilers because it's the plot of the book for God Killer. If I'm remembering that correctly, the little girl is like introduced in the book, and the potential for the main character and the little girl's friendship and like relationship is really important and like could have been really good. And then if I'm remembering correctly, the author literally throws in this love story out of nowhere. And instead of focusing on the relationship between the young girl and the main character, like the sister friendship mentor thing, she focuses on the relationship that came out of the blue. But what's important to the plot of the book is the girl and the main character. So the book ends with like this big thing that happens, and there's no emotional reward to the situation. And I was like, oh, like I know I'm supposed to feel something here, but I don't, because there's no build up to that. Yeah, it could have been, I don't want to say longer. I think it needed a couple more edits.
Right.
The people reading through and like, hey, maybe do like get rid of this. Maybe save the relationship for book 2.
Right.
I think I remember feeling like the author originally maybe wanted to put it in book 2, but then the editor and publisher wanted her to throw it in at the end to like entice readers, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I'll have to jump off, but thanks so much for the stream. Hope y'all do it again soon.
Oh,
yes. I know it's been a few minutes, but thanks, Paulina, for joining us. But yeah, I definitely, I'll stay the co-host again.
Yes.
Honestly, I love Vi and Jinx the most out of them. I just want them to be happy.
I think them together and like their story is so good.
Yes.
I think that's where it really thrives. When the writers focus on that. I think they do the sister relationship very well.
Yes. It's definitely the most compelling. It's one of the most compelling parts of the show.
Yes.
I can go on about Arcane for days, but I gotta go. Have a good time. Thanks, Ash, for joining us. And yes, I also could go on about Arcane as well for a good minute.
We do an Arcane stream on YouTube.
Yes.
I watch season 2.
Right. And we just like, okay, we can finally talk spoilers and we can have a whole discussion.
That would be fun.
Yes. Yeah, and so wait, what?
Pass. Don't want to.
I did not know there's a whole Deuce POV book in the Sunbringer.
Not doing that. Pass. And pass.
Huh.
No thanks.
Funnily enough, the book 2 doesn't have any romance.
Then why is it in book 1?
Huh. So then what? Do they push it then to the 3rd? Okay, what? Choices. Choices were made.
That's really weird. Okay, well, okay. I don't have any excuse for it.
I have so much thoughts about Arcane, especially PLC rep. I have things to say as well.
That's been one of the main critiques I've seen, and I think it's definitely valid critiques to be made. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, you got enough Enya for another sprint, Dana?
I actually do have to head off.
Okay.
But if you guys obviously please keep going. If you have another sprint and you go for it for sure.
Yeah, I have another sprint in me.
All right.
All righty. Well, thanks, so. Yeah, well, thanks, Dana, though, for joining me.
Thank you for having me, and thanks to everybody for chatting and hanging out. It was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of talking bits. I really thought we'll sprint more, but I was like, oh, we chatted for a good long minute.
I love it. This was so much fun.
Yes. All right. Well, thanks, Dana. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye, everybody. Have a good rest of your reading sprints. Hope you keep enjoying Model House.
Yes.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. All righty. Let me catch up on the comments a bit. Okay, I feel so secure about Dana for the second book too now. Yep, pretty much. Seems to be consensus. Has so much potential. It sounded like it too. This has been really fun. Thank you so much for the sprint. Yeah, we're still gonna have one more sprint though. We'll have another sprint, and then we'll close it out. So let's see, what time is it right now? Yeah, we have time to do an hour sprint. So we'll be reading until the quarter after the next hour, and it will also be our final sprint. Hold on, let me just redo the comment because I also want to eat real quick. So yeah, we'll have one more sprint. Yep, we'll have one more sprint, and then we'll head out. Yep, so share screen, Christmas Cafe. Yep, there we go. All right, y'all. Happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene soon.
There's a plan everyone can adore.
All right, y'all. That was the end of our final sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you have gone in your reading, or if you were working on something instead of reading. Just, let me know. So I did continue reading. Well, there's no actual cover, but like this is what it looks like on my Kindle. Model Home by River Solomon. This is an e-arc that I've had for months now that I'm trying to finish before 2025. I made it to 68%. Excuse me. And it's still really good. I'm just feeling sleepy and tired. And I'm feeling also a little sore, but not too bad though. But yeah, it's definitely still pretty good. I'm still curious a little bit more on like the plot a little bit. I'm waiting for like, I feel like there's gonna be a twist, and I'm waiting. I'm still reading until we get to the point where we find out about the twist, because I think there's gonna be a twist that's gonna come. I can kind of feel it. So I'm just waiting for that part to happen. So yeah, just 2/3 of the way through though, so that's good. I'm definitely making some good progress. I will still keep reading, I think, a little bit more, maybe read some more chapters, because I really want to finish this. At least I want to finish one more book before Monday. So so I want to finish another book this weekend, whether it's today or tomorrow, but ideally today, but most likely will be tomorrow. But tomorrow is going to be a football watching day, an American football watching day. So I will be watching some NFL tomorrow, because there are games that I've been wanting to watch and keep an eye out for, especially with the playoffs coming in pretty soon. So yeah, please let me know though in the chat how far you all have gone in your reading. There we go. 60%. Okay, cool. The Jasmine Throne. Still enjoying it. I think there's a lot of different interesting character relationship dynamics going on, which is what I need when we have all these different POVs for me to not get bored waiting for a certain character's perspective. Makes sense. I definitely, when I first tried to read the book, I was not aware of so many POV changes, and that was one of the reasons why I did DNF it at the first time. So when I was trying again for the second time and I was more aware of the POV changes, I actually started to grow to really appreciate the different perspectives we had, especially regarding character relationship dynamics. It was definitely it made things a lot more a little bit more interesting, so that I don't have to wait like, dang, I kind of wish we would like get to like the main POVs again, but then the side ones, like, okay, you know what, these are pretty interesting. So yeah, I definitely have to say that I do have to say that I do appreciate that the POVs have some really interesting character relationship things going on. Read 50 pages between two books. It'd be like that. You're just not particularly sorry. Not particularly into one book that you want to switch between. 12% into the ending fire. Okay. So how is it so far? I know that's the third book in the Ending Fire trilogy by Sarah Al-Arifi, but how is the third and final book in that series going? I'm actually kind of curious about it. Because I've only tried to read, what is it, Feybound? I've only read Feybound by Sarah Al-Arifi, and I thought was fine, but I'm not too interested in continuing on with the series, but I am curious though for any fans though of the Ending Fire trilogy though, what you would think. Okay, I'm just looking at my story graph for like some updates from people. Okay. Not really digging the male main character's POV. Oh, dang. Woman's President, that's a major POV too. So that's really boring. Dang though. Well, that really sucks. I do hope maybe the POV you'll grow into it a little bit more, but if it just sucks all the way through, then that's going to be a very sucky reading experience. But at least I'm hoping that the other POVs though will be a little bit more interesting. Trying to get all the things together. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I think that's. Let me just stretch a little bit more. Actually, let me stretch. Oh, geez. Also, not really digging the motivations behind one of the characters. Like her actions are so motivated by her love interest. I'm not really a fan of when that happens, though. I really don't like it, or rather not, when a lot of motivations of a character is because of a love interest. I'm like, really? Like, can we focus on something else here, please? Ugh, I hate when that happens, though. Like, why? You know, just why? I really hate that, though. I really do hate that. Oh, that sucks. Okay, why do I have so many tabs out? I have too many tabs. Okay. All right. I think that's all I have for y'all today as far as reading sprints. Again, thanks to Dana though for joining me and being a co-host for today. And thank you all for joining us as well for these sprints. Heard Fate Bound is not that good either. Yeah, I don't know. When I first was trying to read it, I mean, again, it was right when the book was coming out. I heard a lot of good things, but then I'm just like, it's fine. Not bad, but not great either. Thanks y'all though for these sprints and thanks for joining us. I did not expect to be going on for this long, to be honest, but I am glad that we had a lot of chatty bits because I really like when we all just talk together about things. So yeah, thank you all for joining us. So glad I was able to join after my shift was over. I was keeping an eye on the clock that whole shift. Hey, no problem, Nat. I'm just glad you were able to join us as well. That's very good. Yeah, can't wait for the next sprints. Thanks for hosting. No problem. Oh, and speaking of which, of the next sprints are actually going to be with my mom. So my mom and I will be closing out. Well, we'll at least be getting close to like at least the Christmas. It'll be around Christmas, the Monday of the Christmas week. That we will have sprints during that evening. So I do look forward to seeing maybe some of y'all again for those sprints if y'all can join us. It is already up on my channel as far as when the dates are. So I mean not the dates, but also the time as well. So hopefully I can see you all then. Because I know it's very close to like, you know, I know it's right there, holiday week. So I know people gonna be busy, but we figured that it would be a perfect time because also my mom will not be working either. So like she'll be off, she'll be able to like chill and stuff. So we can have some sprints. Sounds fun. Yeah, we're trying with you both. Yes, it will be very fun. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing you all during those sprints. And then as far as videos, I do have a video coming out pretty soon. Y'all get to see that. But I will hope to finish reading Model Home though. That's the goal, is to finish reading Model Home before we start off the new week. We shall see if that happens, but I will let you all know for sure in like a wrap-up video. or even in sprints. I don't know, depending on when I finish things. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward though to seeing you all again for the sprints. Anyways, thank you all again for coming over here. I hope you'll have a good rest of your day, evening, night, whenever y'all are watching this, especially if you're watching it on replay. Thank you as well for watching on replay. And excuse me, I do hope to see you on my next video, or whenever I'm live next. Oh, there we go. There's all the confetti. I think we're about to get the balloons, right? What up? There we go. There's the balloons. I actually do like the balloons. So yeah, see you all next time. So bye.